Okay. Good morning, everybody. I'm calling to order the March MTA Board Meeting. Let's hear the safety announcement, and then from public speakers. Jonathan,
Your
Ruby.
safety is of the foremost importance to the MTA. Therefore, we ask that you listen and adhere to the following instructions. If you witness an emergency, notify emergency personnel in the room and call 911 immediately. Please follow any audible instructions provided through the public address system or visually on screens in the event of an emergency. If an alarm sounds, wait for a public address announcement and follow instructions. If told to go to another floor or to evacuate the building, leave all unessential items behind and use stairwell A just across the main hallway or stairwell B down the hallway past the elevators. If you have a mobility disability or cannot self-evacuate, please proceed to stairwell D or E for assistance by MTA staff or emergency personnel. An automated external defibrillator, AED, for use by trained personnel is in the main hallway just past the elevators. If you need assistance during an evacuation, please tell an MTA staff member or emergency personnel. Thank you and have a safe day.
Jonathan?
Good morning and welcome to the public comment session of the MTA Board Meeting. We have 20 members of the public registered to speak today. As a reminder, we ask that all public speakers adhere to the MTA's rules of conduct and decorum. Public comments must pertain to the specific item on today's meeting agenda. I would also like to remind our public speakers that in the interest of time and fairness to all speakers, we limit everyone to 2 minutes. Please be aware there will be a warning beep to remind you that you have 30 seconds to conclude your remarks. Our first speaker is Jason Anthony, followed by David Kupferberg.
Good morning, Jano, Paige, Jay, Johnson especially, and the rest of the board members. Jason Anthony, the transit guru. Let's talk about Second Avenue subway, shall we? We know that the federal government, especially Donald John Trump and Sean Patrick Duffy, want to not give us the federal funds for the Second Avenue subway phase 2. But our governor, Kathy Hochul, and our chairman, Janet Lieber, want the interests of all New Yorkers, especially for the Upper West East Side and Harlem, to have the expansive transportation interests and have the Q train to go to 125th Street and even go west as Broadway, to have vital connection to not only to the Lexington Avenue line, to the 1, 2, and 3, to the ABCD, and to the 1 lines, which I use all the time, and even to more bus connections along Harlem. But let's not forget something. Local electeds and state electeds should raise their voices to Washington and tell them stop the nonsense and let's put New Yorkers first, because as we all know, New York is the Empire State, because New York starts first. And regarding congestion pricing, we all know that a year later it is a success, because Washington could yank those poles that we see below 60th Street, but we all know that it's a success. So let's keep those cameras on, because it's proof that it's a success.
Thank you for your comment.
That's all for this month.
The next speaker is David Kupferberg, followed by Deborah Greif.
Good morning. My name is David Kupferberg, member Passengers United. The MTA bus schedule changes connected to the spring pick are effective Sunday, March 30th, but they were not released to the public for the Transit Committee meeting Monday. In fact, they have not been listed for the Transit Committee meeting since the pandemic. If it could be done for the subway, it could be done for the buses. For proof that there is no correlation between bus stop balancing, bus speed, and service reliability, one can look no further than the city of Philadelphia. The average distance between bus stops within this city is 500 feet, but in the center city, it's as close as 450 feet. Though bus service reliability is just as bad in New York City at approximately 75%, weekday bus speed in Philadelphia is much faster. According to the Philadelphia Bus Network Choices report, their bus service speed averages less than 12 miles per hour, 40% faster than in New York City. Bus speeds could be slow for many reasons. These include, but are not limited to, excessive double parking, blocked bus lanes, inadequate service levels, and causing excessive dwell time, and schedules that do not adequately affect running times. Yes, average bus speed in New York City is approximately 8 miles per hour, but when a person considers that the average speed of general traffic in New York City is approximately 12 miles per hour, 8 miles per hour seems okay. Bus speeds may be faster in the Bronx, but travel times are not. This means that people in the Bronx are walking farther to and from a bus stop. That is why I think that bus stop balancing has failed to shorten travel time. Bus speed should not be the benchmark. It should be travel time. Thank you.
The next speaker is Deborah Gray, followed by Moyim Tom.
Good morning, everyone. I want everyone to know that I am 100% in favor and will be advocating to make sure that funding stays for the 2nd Avenue subway, because a lot of times I have to go visit a few friends who live up in Connecticut. And yes, it's great to go to Grand Central, nothing against Metro North there, but it would be easier because I would just sit on the Q train and be able to go upstairs by elevator, or coming back this way. I just have one seat home. Get off at Sheepshead Bay. Thank you for making it accessible. And then the way Sheepshead Bay cuts through, I'm home. I also want to thank all the updates you've been doing with the bus drivers, as well as the staff of Metro North Cares. And even I appreciate the conductors waiting to make sure I board on and off safely. And this includes subways at accessible stations. They wait for me. So I want everyone to know that I appreciate every MTA employee, from you, Jano, all the way down, especially also the cleaners, who keep those stations and those elevators very, very clean. So thank you again.
The next speaker is Moyim Tom, followed by Yuki Endo.
Good morning, board members. I'm Moyane Tom, New York Policy Manager with Jobs to Move America. We work to ensure our public money creates family-sustaining jobs. JMA has worked with labor unions and advocacy groups, asking the MTA to engage with us about the U.S. employment plan and its upcoming railcar purchases to improve transparency and accountability in its contracting process. With the release of the R262 subway RFP, JMA requests that the MTA share if there have been any updates and changes to the MTA's RFP process for these railcars. This is the single largest investment in subway cars, over 2,000 railcars in one contract. The MTA should ensure that this investment contributes to New York's economies and communities. We saw in the governor's press release the announcement. With the new rolling stock program in place, the MTA has approached this contract differently. More than 60% of the technical specifications are also now performance-based rather than design-driven. Other transit agencies, such as LA Metro and the newly created Northern Illinois Transit Authority, have adopted an enhanced best value RFP process that allows them to score bids based on commitments to certain wages, benefits, and training for its major rolling stock purchases. Both transit authorities would require the disclosure of the USEP commitments in annual reports. The MTA has shown that it is willing to innovate its rolling stock program. It can lead the way by adopting the USEP in its generational investment in railcars to ensure it is leading with good community jobs in New York and the U.S. Once again, JMA requests the MTA meet with concerned stakeholders to assure the public about this significant railcar investment. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Yuki Endo, followed by Marian Fisher.
London is Uganda, a passenger United from Kobe, Japan, represent New York State Railways. Happy to appreciation day at all. MTA need to work together with Nassau County Light Bus, Westchester County Green Bus, as there has been only fare capping issues. MTA needs interest a pay loaded unlimited only car for 7-day express plus Saturday. Also doing the MTA loan identical cleans interlocking MTA should conduct nicer than minibuses between Hempstead and Country Line. I do not support elimination of the conductors on the New York City subway because the New York City subways are longer than Japan. Thank you.
The next speaker is Marian Fisher, followed by William Gatt.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. We'd like to get started on the elevators approved by the MTA on 23rd Street and 7th and 8th Avenue, needed desperately by the community. There are 5 subways between the Hudson and East River. Only one is accessible. A letter has just been written to Jano Lieber by our local electeds, Senator Eric Botcher, Borough President Brad Harmon Siegel, Assemblyman Tony Simone, Congressman Jerry Nadler. Please get started on those elevators, desperately needed. Announcements of elevator outages on the loudspeakers and the platforms, the digital and displays, auditory and visual signals. Some riders have no choices and get stranded and need to be rescued by the emergency medical service. We need announcements on the platforms, on the digital displays. The bus stops. I applaud the DOT for planting seats at all bus stops, saying bus seats are a human right. We also need shelters at all of the bus stops, not standing in the heavy snow as we just had, waiting for a bus. Where the only lonely poles and include shelters on all the bus stops that currently don't have them. Thank you for listening.
The next speaker is William Gatt, followed by Brian Fritsch.
Yes, good morning, fellow New Yorkers and board members, and especially Janos Lieber and the union representatives. I'm writing or speaking on behalf of CURES, Citizens United for Railroad Environment Safety. And our primary concern right now is about the Tier 4 upgrades for the locomotives. They're presenting a serious problem for the people of New York because they have to breathe the fumes from the trains. And, one fact that you need to be aware of, one locomotive exudes as much toxic fumes as 30,000 cars. There was an RFI that was, put forth for more information. And we're very concerned about what the progress of that is. And when is the RFP going to be issued so that these upgrades could happen? A little bit of history. The state has already allocated millions and millions of dollars for the Tier 4 upgrades. And yet, presently, there's antiquated locomotives on the freight line that are run on a daily basis, exuding toxins, not only for the workers and the people that service the trains in the yards, but also the millions of people along the right of way. And this is unconscionable. I'd like you to just take a minute and imagine yourself as a worker in the yard having to breathe this day in and day out. It's the equivalent of
Please conclude your
smoking
remarks.
packs and packs of cigarettes. So
Thank you. The next
thank
speaker
you,
is
and then please.
Thank you for your comment. The next speaker is Brian Fritsch, followed by Arthur Swartz.
Good morning. I'm Brian Fritsch, Associate Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, PCAC. PCAC recently released a new report called Ridership Returns, analyzing the changing commuting patterns on the subway post-congestion pricing. Using travel data from the MTA's Open Data Program, we found that subway ridership grew by 7.7% in 2025, double the 3.7% growth seen in 24, showing a strong bounce-back year after slowing post-pandemic growth. Growth in discretionary travel is outpacing weekday rush, showing riders are choosing transit even when they have other options. In short, the data in the report is clear. Congestion pricing is working. It's yet another line on the long list of successes for the program, which also includes some recent legal victories against Secretary Duffy. We hope and expect we will soon add another legal win over the feds on 2nd Avenue subway funding, and we are glad that the board is keeping the project moving. We're also thrilled to hear about the RFP for almost 2,400 new subway cars, the MTA's largest ever order. We look forward to enhanced security and accessibility features, as well as lighter, more energy-efficient rolling stock. We also can't wait to try out the updated, upgraded MTA app and look forward to forthcoming updates to better integrate Omni transactions and the railroads. Ending today with 3 quick points of caution. First, we're pushing NYC DOE to work harder to get digital Omni cards off the ground. Students deserve an Omni card they can rely on. Second, we're strongly opposed to any efforts to dismantle or create unworkable loopholes in the MTA's ACE program. We released a memo against one such effort in the state legislature last week. Third, we're very concerned about Amtrak's lack of transparency around the Penn Station project. It seems like the master developer will be picked in around a month or so with almost no meaningful public input. Thank you.
The next speaker is Arthur Schwartz, followed by Omar Vera.
Good morning, President Critchlow. My name is Arthur Schwartz. You folks usually see me as counsel to the Transit Union, but today I'm here for the Center for the Independence of the Disabled, which I am general counsel of. I'm here to talk about closure of station booths. Several years ago, I helped negotiate a deal whereby station agents started working parts of the day. Mr. Critchlow and I have differences about how much part of the day that is. Outside the booths to assist passengers, to assist the public, to make the public feel safer, to make the public feel, to assist them. But also, one of the important roles they play is to assist people with disabilities who come into the subway system. For years, as a lawyer, I have fought booth closings, as this system has gone from about 900 booths to about 400 booths in the system. It's not just about the presence of agents is not just about selling fare. It's about assisting passengers who are coming into stations. And now we're going through another round of closures. We're going through another round of eliminating people in stations, whether it's both sides of the stations or one side of the stations. For years, we've only fought this issue under the Public Authorities Law successfully about 4 different times. This year, you're being sued by the center and its executive director, a blind woman who needs agents in the booth area, in the plaza area. And we want you to know that this time we're not just going to insist on adherence to the Public Authorities Law, but to the New York City Human Rights Law, which we believe requires, just like with elevators and maintenance of elevators, which we've sued about in the past, requires that there be a human presence in the plaza area outside the entrances. Thank you.
The next speaker is Omar Vera, followed by Leslie Oquindo Thomas.
Good morning, MTA Board. Welcome to the March edition of your board meeting. There's not much to discuss, but, well, first of all, like I said, keep on the fight for the fight to maintain congestion pricing, because we've gone through. But to mention something that's a little bit of a concern, the Hoyt-Schermerhorn Streets track switches. Like, I noticed that more frequently than not, there's been track switch problems there whenever they say subway service delay, often forcing either the A to run local, which is between Hoyt-Schermerhorn and either Euclid or Broadway Junction, East New York, or sometimes the C runs express there because you're able to move the switches at the Hoyt-Schermerhorn. are you sure that they're functioning, or they're approaching the end of their lives and we need to maybe replace those switches like you did with north of 59th Street Columbus Circle winter of last year, or what you did like this past winter with the 4 and the 5 between 125th and 149th Grand Concourse. But seriously, like the switch problem at Hoyt Skimmerhorn has gone out of hand. We need to fix them. We need to fix them in order to like stop, because like I said, there was a time when last year when I was trying to head back to Manhattan to a social club. I was on the A heading back from the Rockaways area, and then all of a sudden, like right after, like west of Broadway Junction, we ended up running local again. I was finding out what the problem was, and it turns out it was the switch problem. And this is more than one direction. So please fix the switches at Hoyt Skimmerhorn. We need more efficiency. With that said, though, I'm really glad you're pushing ahead to move forward with phase 2 of the Second Avenue subway. We need it, and thanks for having me here, and see you next month.
The next speaker is Leslie Oquendo Thomas, followed by Iris Kelly.
Hey, I'm Leslie Oquendo Thomas. I'm a longtime Yonkers resident. Today, I've also worked for the city government in Yonkers for the past 12 years up until recently. And in that time, I've had the opportunity to speak to a lot of the residents here in Yonkers. And their main gripe is basically affordability or lack thereof, employability, lack of good jobs that pay the wages they need to live comfortably, pay their rent, pay their Con Ed, and so forth. We have Kawasaki here in Yonkers, who's been here since the 1980s, and they've received billions of dollars in public contracts while they've been here. Last year, MTA awarded them another 1.5 billion on top of an existing 4.5 billion contract. And from what I understand, they recently are planning a purchase, one of the largest in railcar history. And we believe some of those public contracts should be, the benefits should be seen here in Yonkers. A lot of the workers here are not seeing it. In a recent study by Jobs to Move America and Cornell University, Kawasaki workers have reported lower wages than the industry average, unsafe working conditions, and unfair treatment. And so with the new public contracts coming to Kawasaki, we believe they have a responsibility to give some of that back to the community here in Yonkers in terms of good jobs, worker protections, and safer working conditions. And for that, I feel like Kawasaki should enter into a community benefits agreement with Yonkers, so that Yonkers workers and Yonkers, the city of Yonkers, could see better wages, safer working conditions, and worker protections. I believe they have that responsibility. They've been here for over 40 decades. For 4 decades, 40 years, more than 40 years, and Yonkers residents should see some of that. And thank you for having me today.
The next speaker is Iris Kelly, followed by Thoria Mitchell. The next speaker is Thoria Mitchell.
Okay, sorry, I was muted. Good morning, everyone. I'm asking the board to do something about the buses that are, not the buses, the cars and trucks and chartered buses that come into that park at the bus stops on 34th Street and 7th Avenue and 31st Street and 7th Avenue. Ideally, you would have the cops move the bus along, or the cabs or the trucks or charter buses that park in those bus stops, but they don't. I actually took a video yesterday of yellow cabs, state troopers, cars, black, what do you call these? Like Ubers or whatever, parked in the bus stop, and the buses cannot pull up. It's an accessibility issue. It's dangerous. I've myself have fallen because I have to come off the curb and go into the street to catch the bus because there are cars in the bus stop. I've witnessed other people in wheelchairs, people with walkers who can't access the bus, or they have to go around to be able to get on the bus. So I'm asking the board to please, this is an ADA issue. Those stops should be available in cars, law enforcement vehicles, yellow cabs, private taxis. Chartered buses should not be in the bus stops at 34th and 7th and 31st and 7th. Thank you.
The next speaker is Irish Kelly, followed by Christopher Greif. The next speaker is Christopher Greif, followed by Monica Bartley.
Good morning. I'm Christopher D. Greif, and as my other fellow colleagues have said, I'm here to support the 2nd Avenue subway because we need the trains to go up there for all the seniors and people with disabilities who want to go up and transfer to not just the Metro North, not just the other subways, but they want to go up to see Harlem, the culture. And you know what? I see a lot of people up there who want to go up there. We have agencies, they have programs who actually go there, and that means they'll have an option to get on other subways. And second, you think about it, the federal government forgets, and I always say federal government forgets that people with disabilities, seniors, and our veterans need that very much. Also, just want to be very clear. I have passed a lot of stations with inaccessible stations, and please forgive me, I am going to be a little blunt because I'm a little hurt and upset, and I think the presidents will agree with me. I travel a lot on the accessible stations. To see the staff there, I have seen the staff there. And it's not just me, my fellow people with disabilities do see them, but if we see something, as you know, there is a rule saying we must put it into the app. We put in an app for a reason. We put it to 511. We put it in, and how can we work together? Again and again, we go back to the past. As my fellow colleague, let her rest in peace, Edith will say, get over it. Let's move forward. I will say this always. Let's move forward. Let's get advocating, and let's also enjoy the Appreciation Day for MTA, because we do appreciate the MTA. We appreciate our NYPD, our MTA police, and all law enforcement. Thank you, everyone, and happy Women's Day to all the women in the MTA force and to the accessibility team. Thank you.
The next speaker is Monica Bartley, followed by Irish Kelly.
Good morning. My name is Monica Bartley, a member of Disabled in Action, and I'm asking for a review and expansion of the Access Ride on Demand e-hail program. I want to begin by acknowledging the value of this program. It has provided many of us with greater flexibility, shorter wait times, and a level of independence that Access Ride does not offer. For that, we are grateful. We would like Access-A-Ride to extend the pilot program to additional riders interested in participating to allow riders more flexible traveling options. However, it is essential to address significant concerns, especially for individuals living on fixed incomes. Currently, riders get a $60 subsidy and pay a $4 base fare for trips up to $64. However, during peak hours, fares often exceed this amount due to high demand, traffic, or base time pricing. For individuals who depend on this service, particularly seniors and those with disabilities, the increased expenses present significant financial challenges. Any ride exceeding $64 requires us to pay the remaining balance. We request a careful evaluation of this program. Please take into account the actual expenses riders face during peak hours and how these affect those most at risk. I wish I had this service so I could accept last-minute invitations without having to plan a trip in advance. We respectfully ask that you review and expand the program to ensure it remains accessible, affordable, and fair. Thank you for your consideration.
This is our last attempt for Iris Kelly. I know she's having some technical difficulties. Let's try her one more time. Iris, you're unmuted. You could talk now. Iris, you're unmuted. You could talk now. Our next speaker is Jesse Figueroa, followed by Jane Ryan.
Good morning, everybody. I am back. Thank you all for the prayers when I was on medical leave and all that. Well, I am a U.S. Army veteran and accessibility transportation advocate, giving my belated St. Patrick's Day and Eat Outfitter wishes also. This is Transit Appreciation Day, along with recognition of Women's History Month. I'm here to acknowledge the dedication of the MTA workforce, especially during recent winter storms. Their commitment to keeping New Yorkers moving deserves real appreciation. Accessibility must remain a central priority as riders with disabilities, seniors, veterans, and caregivers depend on it. Also, I ask the board to continue strengthening accessibility investments and improving communications to protect the riders who rely on the system. And I am in complete support of the phase 2 of the 2nd Avenue subway. Thank you all.
The next speaker is Jean Ryan, followed by John Padula.
Hi, I'm Jean Ryan, president of DIA. A small number of people who have Access-a-Ride are in the on-demand pilot program. It allows people to travel without booking a trip 1 or 2 days in advance. It allows us to do things spontaneously and stay until a concert or meeting or doctor appointment is done and then get a ride. That is life-changing for people who cannot otherwise get around and live in the outer boroughs. But on-demand is a class-based program. When AAR wanted to add more people, many opted not to join. Why? Some do not want to try a new thing. Some people do not have smartphones or have one and cannot use it because of hand dexterity or difficulty in learning to use apps. You also need a credit card. Many people cannot afford the on-demand program, especially if they live in an outer borough. The base cost is $4 instead of $3 per trip, but there are also other costs like tipping. It's not required to tip, but requested. The MTA covers up to $60 per trip, excluding the $4 and the tip. Tolls and fees are also charged. If you live on a low fixed income, like $850 a month, you don't have extra money for transportation. Even $15 extra can deprive you of necessities. For a fair on-demand program, everything should be covered except the $4 and the tip. Our subway and bus systems and our Access-a-Ride systems cover the whole city for one fare. The on-demand should do that too. We should be able to take trips wherever we need to go in New York City and not worry that the distance will cost too much. Thank you.
The next speaker is John Padula, followed by Michael Ring.
There we go. We'll figure it out sooner or later. Hold on, just give me a second. Sorry about that. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Padula, and I'm an administrator with Educational Vision Services from New York City Public Schools. Accessibility, accessibility, accessibility. I would imagine there's some tech folks here in the room today, given all the app updates and whatnot that have been rolling out. And I just want to make sure that we understand that there's physical accessibility, but there's also digital accessibility, right? And for somebody that's blind or has low vision, if I can't access a product or a piece of software, that's also a barrier. And, you know, universal design aims to design products and environments in a way that are usable by people with varying abilities or all abilities. And I just want to make sure that we don't forget that. And I'm glad to beta test, and I'm glad that I'm invited to help with a lot of this, but I just want to make sure that it's not an afterthought or a Band-Aid, but it's something that we're thinking about from the inception, from the ground up. Jano, I know you're a big fan of my writing, and I haven't been here in a while. I just want to make sure you and the board didn't miss my last op-ed in the Daily News in January. And you get to pitch an op-ed anytime you want, but you don't always get to choose your title. I want to assure you that my title originally was Good Paratransit is a Great Investment. And we need our city partners, and I want to make sure, and our state leaders and legislative leaders, to support this effort. And I don't know how we move this conversation forward, but funding is an issue, and we need to figure it out. Equitable taxi authorization program, expanding on demand, updating the infrastructure, these are all things that cost money, but they're meaningful things, and we need to have these conversations. Never mistake disability for inability, and remember, low expectations lead to low outcomes. My name is John Padula. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Michael Ring, followed by Nicholas Prasad.
Hi, I'm Michael Ring. I am one of the vice presidents of Disabled in Action of Gotham City. And is that the name now, Gene? And if anyone needs a verbal description of my appearance, I'm a 62-year-old white guy wearing a hoodie. And I wanted to talk about taxi reimbursement again. It's a program where you can be reimbursed for your accessoride ride if something goes sideways, if you're going to a transit hub and flexibility is not an option. I'm still owed money from the end of October. I happen to have the privilege to be able to afford to lay that out. But a lot of people who use accessoride can't use taxi reimbursement because they can't lay out money for months at a time. That means they have to borrow money. It's staying on their credit card. There needs to be a system where this gets paid back quicker. And I was just looking at my bills, and I was wondering why I rode so much the end of October. I know the destinations are kind of irrelevant, but I was coming home from being an early poll worker. That was where I was traveling from. Flexibility is not an option. You might have to work late, things go wrong, and that's what work is about. Accessoride really doesn't work that well to get you back and forth to work, because you don't always work until 5 o'clock. Sometimes you have to work a little late. Sometimes you get to go home early. Sometimes you want to go out for a beer. Things change. I would really encourage an extension of the on-demand program for everybody who uses accessoride, at least in some way. Not everyone's going to use it, but a lot of people would benefit from emergency transportation who are disabled. If you're able-bodied and can take the subway, you can do that whenever you want. But not everyone can take the subway or the bus or walk up and down stairs. But please, let's get everyone paid back from the money they laid out in the autumn, because it is now spring. Thank you.
The next speaker is Nicholas Prasad, followed by Joseph Thompson.
Good morning. In the Bronx, we see the effort. We see the investment. We see the vision behind the new R262 cars. And when progress is done right, we will always recognize it. But progress without priorities is not progress at all. While we are talking about bringing in new trains, we are also talking about retiring the R142s, trains that have only been in service since 1999 and 2000. Just over 2 decades of use, billions in taxpayer dollars not stretched through a full and useful life. And while we are willing to spend big on replacing trains early, we are told to be careful and hesitant about investing in the very people who keep this system alive. Years ago, A 2 train pulled into 110th Street engulfed in flames, smoke filled the station, visibility dropped, 16 people were injured, and a train operator, Garrett Goebel, gave his life making sure passengers got out. Now ask yourself this: what would have happened if there was no conductor on that train? Passengers were evacuated that night by more than one person. They were saved because there was a conductor there to act. That is the reality that the Transport Workers Union Local 100 is speaking to when they call for 2-person train operation. It is only excess until something goes wrong. Then it is everything. We, the people of New York, ask you plainly, in moments like that, when people are afraid, is the answer fewer workers on those trains? We cannot claim fiscal responsibility while throwing away usable trains on one hand and cutting the workforce that prevents tragedy on the other. A salary is predictable. A lawsuit is not. A conductor is an investment. A failure is a cost. And safety is not an expense. It is a duty whether you like it or not. Because when something goes wrong underground, it is not the train that saves you. It is the person. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Joseph Thompson.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joseph Thompson. I'm one of the new engineer trainees working in C&D. I don't have any requests or complaints, but I urge everyone to actively listen during these meetings. I was also at the committee meeting on Monday, a few of the committee meetings, and I noticed that a lot of the people here on this board were on their phones, looking at their laptops, their iPads, and not actively listening to everyone that's speaking. So I urge all of you to respect the time, and time's money, respect the time of all people in this room, regardless of their qualifications or their experience, and to continue to lead with love.
Thank you, Chair Lieber. That concludes our public comment session of the board meeting.
Okay, well, thank you, Jonathan, Ruby. Thank you to the public speakers. We're going to take a 5-minute break at this point, and be back just in that amount of time. Thanks. Mr. Farrell, Mr. Kirchan, Mr. Kuzyenko. If we could return to our previous locations. Okay. Thank you to everybody, including our public speakers, for joining this month's meeting. My remarks follow. March was another busy month. To borrow an Oscar-winning turn of phrase, for the MTA, it's one battle after another. The good news is that more often than not, we're coming out on top. Our biggest victory came a couple weeks ago when the federal court ruled that the federal government cannot kill congestion pricing. Thank you. A week later, Judge Lyman followed up with another opinion dismissing the lawsuit by the Trucking Association. These rulings and all the other ones add up to a pretty clear endorsement of our message, which is also Governor Hochul's consistent message that the program is firmly grounded in well-established law. It's working well, and folks, it is here to stay. This month, we also succeeded on another front, which is squeezing out a long-awaited $600 million in FEMA reimbursement that was owed to the MTA going way back to the beginning of COVID when we were cleaning. This is before all the epidemiology of COVID was fully understood, and we were cleaning the subway system like crazy at the height of the COVID pandemic. There's no secret that Governor Hochul has made pushing the feds to deliver all kinds of overdue federal money a priority. But in this situation, the state and the MTA had a big assist from Long Island Congressman Andrew Garbarino. When Congressman Garbarino, who's the chair of the House Homeland Security Committee, found out that Long Island hospitals were getting stiffed on overdue money, he actually went in and made sure that not only was that money spent, but there was another, like another $1 billion of money that was overdue to the state that made its way back to New York. So I want to thank Congressman Garbarino for doing what is not always the case in today's Congress, which is representing all of your constituents, irrespective of party and politics. We're happy to work with him and indeed with any member of the majority in Congress, especially the New Yorkers, if they're ready to deliver results for riders. We've had a little trouble getting all the folks in the majority to work with us, but this is a good reminder that bipartisanship should be the law of the land when it comes to infrastructure. And listen, on another battlefront, we filed a lawsuit last week against the federal government to restore funding for 2nd Avenue Subway Project Phase 2. I was up at 125th and Park a week ago looking at the work that's being done right adjacent to the Metro North Station, where we are opening up space for the tunnel boring machine. We're determined to maintain the schedule and the budget, and we are on schedule and on budget. Tip of the hat to Jamie and the team at MTA C&D. And one of the things that's keeping us on schedule is the award of Contract 3, which we're asking you to approve today. But to get the work underway, it's not a secret, we're going to have to get a release of the funds that are overdue from the federal government. We can't commit to another $1 billion contract if we don't know if the feds are going to make good on their legal and contractual commitments to fund this project. So we're hoping that the passing comments the president made at a press conference yesterday, where he said something like, 2nd Avenue Subway, they got to get it done, or something like that, actually augur a change in this way overdue freezing of 2nd Avenue Subway money. And we're continuing to push folks at Amtrak. Not a secret that we wrestle a lot with that group. We are not giving up on the fight for Penn Station access. And we're not giving up on the push to add service to Albany. In fact, on the Albany service front, there's actually been an upsurge in support recently to that idea of Metro North service to Albany. I know that Mr. Valenti and a member of the board and others have been active on this front, but we also got a letter last week from 18 elected officials saying, you know, that even though that the issue had been put aside at Amtrak's request for the moment, they urged the MTA to keep pushing forward, developing the plan. So while the extension is on pause for now, we're actually reaching out to New York State DOT to better understand that Amtrak contract with the state to run the Empire Line. That's the reason Amtrak has kind of an effective monopoly on the service north of Poughkeepsie. And we want to understand, you know, what the state, what the agreement is and what the state is anticipating doing on that front. And it's not only to revive the debate about Albany service, and this is something that Neil Zuckerman and I have talked about. As the C&D 20-year needs assessment showed, just as we are giving Long Island Railroad and Grand Central and Metro North access to both Penn and Grand Central, there's also a big market for Hudson Line service direct to Penn. So instead of at Spuyten Duyvil, you know, turning east and then coming down through Harlem, it's possible, as we know from Amtrak service, for the MTA, Metro North, to be using that Spuyten Duyvil swing bridge and coming down the west side. And there is a big market based on the 20-year needs assessment for Hudson Line service into Penn via the Empire Line on the west side, and maybe even for a station to be added at 125th Street. So the push is not only coming on that issue, is not only coming from Westchester and Putnam and counties to the north, but also from New York City Council members who represent northern Manhattan and the Bronx, and I heard about it a fair amount at my recent city council hearing. So that's an area we ought to keep digging into. Speaking of Albany and budgets, we all know that it is budget season up there, and we are fortunate this year, thanks to the 2023 operating budget agreement forged by Governor Hochul, that we do not have to sing for our supper this year in Albany. We do not. We are not up in Albany with a financial crisis of significance. But there's still a few items that we are very much focused on and need, you know, have great importance to the MTA. Number one, the governor's auto insurance proposal, which could save the MTA alone $50 million a year by reducing our liability for car crashes, many of which we really don't have much to do with, but somehow this current system ends up reaching into the MTA's deep pocket. And the governor's plan would also deliver millions more for suburban and upstate transit systems. They haven't even talked about that yet. You know, Albany, Syracuse, Buffalo, Rochester, they all have transit systems that have some of the same problems. And government fleets, county fleets, you know, sanitation, police, EMS, they're all getting wrapped up in this game that it's not really a game and it ain't funny, but in this the way things are set up now, in this sort of this cascade of lawsuits against governments that operate transit. So instead of spending that money on questionable lawsuits and windfall payouts, we want the MTA and all of transit systems to be able to focus spending on service for New Yorkers. And that's why I am so passionate. I think we are also passionate about what the governor's trying to accomplish. The second bit of legislation that we are really concerned about in Albany, it has to do with toll evasion, which is a $300 million plus problem annually for the MTA. Our bill, which now has bipartisan support, co-sponsorship in both houses, would help change that by delivering the tools that we need, Kathy Sheridan and her team need especially, to forcefully address the two most common forms of toll evasion: drivers who obscure or cover or monkey with their license plates, and those who receive their bills but who refuse to pay, who are otherwise known in government lingo as PTVs, persistent toll violators. Look at this chart. 2 years ago, we launched a joint task force. The colors are a little hard to see, I'm sorry. But here's the bottom line. We launched a joint task force with our law enforcement partners, now up to 20 separate law enforcement agencies altogether, to crack down on ghost plates, and it is having real success. You can see the yellow line. That's the unbillable transactions, and they're being driven downward from their peak in 2021, coming out of COVID. There has been a 53% reduction since then. I think there's 42% reduction, right, Kathy, just in the last year, thanks to a combination of TBTA enforcement and that more recent multi-agency task force. So, but we're getting a lot less unbillable transactions, but also we still have the problem of the PTVs, the persistent toll violators, and that is rising significantly, and we need more tools to deal with that trend, which the bill that is on the table in Albany actually delivers. It would give us more authority to enforce judgments. It would reclassify toll evasion as a more serious, albeit still a misdemeanor, but it would at least treat it as something serious and potentially subject to law enforcement action. And it would close procedural loopholes that to this day allow drivers to avoid paying up. For example, we get a suspension on a license plate. A lot of people just go in and re-register the car to their spouse, to their brother, to somebody else. And part of this bill is you can't do that anymore. Kind of basic common sense. The other fight we're also very focused on is the one against fare evasion. Today you're going to hear from Kathy Lee of Jamie's team at C&D. And she's going to give us an update on those new Fairgates we've been using all over the system, testing them for inclusion in the capital plan. It goes without saying that this is hugely important. Everybody knows that updating Fairgates is one of the most impactful things we can do to encourage fare payment and rebuild New Yorkers' morale, which is threatened by fare evasion. That is a fundamental morale issue. It's not just an economic issue. It's a fairness issue. And I hear it from customers all the time. I've been talking about this for years. Since we convened the Blue Ribbon panel early in this board's term back in 2022. And one of the key recommendations of the Blue Ribbon panel on fare evasion was one of the 4 E's. Remember, it was education, and enforcement, but it was also environment, and this is the toll system, the physical fare payment system was a key element of that. In some battles, the enemy is Father Time, and we're going on offense against aging infrastructure, which is the cause of so many delays for riders. Last week, we announced the RFP for the largest subway car order in MTA history, made possible by Governor Hochul's $68 billion MTA capital plan. It includes up to 2,400 cars. If we exercise all the options, we will literally be replenishing all of the rolling stock for everything in the A division, all the numbered lines except the 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 new cars coming through this. Jesse Lazarus, as everybody saw, is leading the charge to find us the best deal, and we're excited to see what she and the rest of the team will produce as a result of the process. I am thrilled that it's going to be another big win for the MTA. Now, final note, during Women's History Month, I have to add that with Jesse's addition to the team, we now have at MTA headquarters more women in senior leadership positions than men. And it's not a surprise to me. I grew up with a mom who was a business person and a force of nature. But I just got to say, it shouldn't be a huge milestone, but it is. This is, the first time at the MTA you've had anything like that in terms of the gender balance at the top. And every one of the women who are in that photo are exceptional leaders, and we're just thrilled that we put together such a great team. So with that, and my little celebration of Women's History Month, I'm going to turn it over to the last man remaining, John Kaufman, the head of our strategic initiatives, our in-house consulting operation. John.
Is that all right? Good morning. My name is John Kaufman. I'm the Chief of Strategic Initiatives. Andy Kuzemko here to my right is our Deputy Chief of MTA Data Analytics, and you've seen him here a few times before. I did want to mention, when I first met Andy shortly after joining in late 2021, he was working in transit at the time, but he had a vision, and he had this vision of how the MTA could benefit tremendously from having a centralized analytics function. With the right individuals, this group would harness the power of data that everyone knew we had somewhere at the MTA, but many leaders couldn't seem to find a way to find it quickly or to use it quickly. This group would be a reliable, objective source of analytic insights from that data, and ideally be another magnet for data scientists who love transit, New York City, and the MTA, and were looking for a new home. In the last 4 years, we've largely built that out, growing the team, establishing a data science center of excellence, and moreover, driving experience sharing and providing additional training to analysts in all corners of the MTA, not just in this group. This DNA team has been instrumental in helping executives and senior managers make better decisions, many of which the board sees at the very end, and ensuring analysts and other teams have the data they need to do the same. You're going to hear now about some of the examples of this in the last few years. His group is also the backbone of what my broader team in strategic initiatives does, which is helping make the MTA more efficient and more effective. With that, Andy.
All right. Thank you, John. So we're not going to talk too much about open data today, as I have in the past. As John said, we are going to talk about MTA's new data and analytics capabilities. We can do quite a bit more than we could a few years ago, and I think it's important for the board and the public to know about that. So if you're going to do analytics, you need to have data. You need to have data sources, and the MTA is blessed with many, sorry, louder? Sorry. The MTA has many valuable data sources, hundreds. Data is an abstract concept. I kind of note it here with these cylinder database shapes. You'll see these in the presentation. But you can also think of the MTA operation, the kind of data we must have. So maintenance work orders, all of our bus and train location data, everything we buy is in procurement tables. We have a 70,000 employee workforce that generates lots of payroll data, timekeeping. All of our ridership data is always something that we're interested in. And then we have all the back office data that every company has, budget, finance, et cetera. The trick, of course, is not just to have this data, but to be able to use it in some way that helps us make better decisions, helps us track things over time, share things with the public, et cetera. And that has been the challenge. Going back a few years, you can imagine a situation where a manager or executive here had something they were tasked with improving on. They had a question, they wanted to become more efficient in some area, whatever it was. They would ask their analyst to work on that, to answer the question, bring them a report. The first thing the analysts might ask themselves is, do we even have this data? And as I showed on the last page, the answer is almost always yes. The MTA has data on everything. It's a modern company. Everything goes through a computer, it generates data. But how do you get to it? Who has the data here? Will they give you access when you ask for it? Maybe there's some reason they feel they can't. If you get the data, is it documented? Can you understand it? If there's data from two different data sources, can you bring them together? Chances are the answer back then, a few years ago, was maybe no. And then there's probably other people working on it who are maybe developing their own numbers and reports, and maybe they're making different assumptions than you are. There's just a lot of problems that could come up in trying to do what seems like a basic function. From the manager's perspective, and folks like yourselves who ask questions, you typically get an answer because that's the analyst's job, is to get you an answer to your question, but it might not happen very quickly, right? Because of all these roadblocks, the answer might come back to you in a time when it's no longer that helpful. You might get different numbers. You might be hearing one thing from your folks and another from this analyst, and you kind of lose confidence in making the best decision you can. And often the numbers would be, because we couldn't work with big data very easily, the numbers would be very high level. You couldn't kind of dig down to the next level to understand why is your metric moving in the wrong direction. So anyway, these were all the issues we had with doing analytics going back a few years, and it was really... Is this still on? So to try to like show what this actually is, I'm going to try to make this as like not abstract as possible. We're taking a couple of these data sources, hopefully for a topic that's very familiar to everyone here, which is subway and bus ridership. If you want to do any kind of ridership analysis of the MTA for New York City Transit, you would need to have data from our new Cubic platform for Omni. And we still have folks using MetroCard, and so you need to access the MetroCard data as well. These are two very different systems, and it kind of highlights how difficult it is to do this kind of analysis without help. Omni is modern. It is in the cloud. It is with Cubic on their platform. MetroCard is on a mainframe that we maintain somewhere here in New York City on the MTA premises. It's of early 1990s vintage and like hard to work with. The first thing you want to do is make a copy of these data, then bring it into what we call the MTA data lake. What is a data lake? It's sort of a term of art, but it's basically something, a lot of scalable, cheap storage in a data center somewhere. We're on the Microsoft Azure platform. But the first thing you're going to do is move a copy of this data into the data lake. And just by doing that, you solved a huge problem here at the MTA, which is the data is now with us to work on, right? We don't have to like ask some vendor to hand it to us or someone in IT to go figure it out. We now have it on the analyst side. But the data is raw. It's meant to be looked at by a computer, not a human analyst who works for some manager here. And so we got to clean it up and make what we call fact tables. So these would be cleaned up tables, more ready for analysis that someone can use. In doing this kind of work, trying to solve a question, you often find other things you're interested in. In the case of MetroCard, there was MetroCard sales data in that source as well, which helped the team that was trying to convert everyone to Omni needed to understand which MetroCard vending machines they could start taking out of stations. Well, that turned out to be easy to do once you had all this on the data lake. You combine that into a single table that we call fact rides. This is really the product that we try to maintain across this example of ridership and many other topics here at MTA, to have one very easy to use, comprehensive, detailed, clean table for analysts to use at MTA to do all their work. So you might wonder, like, well, where do you guys see something like fact rides actually being used? On Monday, you got a board book in committee that had a visual that looked like this one with subway ridership. It ends up in visuals like this one. And it's very easy to make. You just kind of aggregate the data by month and you have your visual. This is how we support the Open Data program, because once you have that table made, it can be sent to the Open Data program. It can populate the metrics site that we maintain. And then finally, it can do the thing I mentioned at the beginning, which is allow analysts here internally and their managers to build and see high quality, detailed, refreshing dashboards so they can track these metrics that are important to their business over time. A couple things to point out about this before I move into some more concrete examples. Every black arrow on this page is a computer script that runs every day or at whatever appropriate frequency. You kind of get this for free once it's built out. So my team writes all these scripts, all the computer code to do this, and then it just runs. And so the MTA will have fact rides and all these other tables into the future to do their analyses. You don't have to recreate this every time. The analyst doesn't have to go back to the original source. You can kind of start at a place that's very close to the answer already. Another thing to point out is that we didn't spend any consultant dollars. We didn't hire a vendor. This was all built by MTA employees on my team, which we're very proud of. So the expertise and experience of doing this is now in-house at the MTA, which I think is a really important outcome of this. It is all built by our data engineers and data scientists. Okay, so we're going to talk through a few more concrete examples. The first one is Jamaica OTP, and we have Eitan here from Long Island Railroad to help explain that one. We'll talk about student Omni, vending machine uptime, and the topic of employee availability. So Jamaica OTP is a new metric, and the need for it came up in early 2023 when we noticed that we were getting some customer complaints about transfers being difficult to make at Jamaica. We saw this in our customer satisfaction surveys, that they were among our people who had to transfer at Jamaica were among our least happy railroad customers. And what we realized that we had a way of addressing this. We could dig into this problem in a way that we really couldn't before. Our in-house train time app, developed here by Will Fisher's team, is an app that tells you can buy your tickets and tells you how far away your train is. It knows where all the trains are, and it's recording that data. It's another valuable in-house data source we just weren't tapping. So using that data, we can see when the trains arrive to Jamaica, compare that to the schedule. If it's within 3 minutes, we consider that a positive result. If not, then it's not. And basically develop a pretty simple, easy to understand metric of Jamaica OTP, which is a sense of like how often the customer should be able to make that transfer easily. So with that, we hand that over to our colleagues at Long Island Railroad, and Eitan will explain what the next step was.
Thanks, Andy. Good morning, everyone. My name is Eitan Kershan. I'm the Senior Director of Strategic Priorities for the Long Island Railroad. The customer feedback that Andy spoke about told us something simple. The transfer experience at Jamaica wasn't where it needed to be. Why is this so challenging? Jamaica Station, which is just off to the left of the screen that you're looking at right now, is one of the most complex operating environments in the country. During the morning rush hour, for example, we have a 1 hour period with 64 trains passing through Jamaica. That's more than one per minute. These trains traverse 11 different branches, crossing over each other to reach different platforms, and everything depends on precise sequencing. We think about trains as moving through slots, tight windows to enter and move through Jamaica. If a train misses its slot by even 1 minute, it conflicts with other trains and delays start to cascade. At the same time, customers are counting on specific transfer opportunities. So when trains arrive out of sequence, people miss their transfers. Now, I will note the video we're looking at right now is from an off-peak hour. This same video during the morning rush hour would have more than 2.5 times the number of westbound trains that you see here. So to tackle this challenge, we worked with Andy's team to establish a clear, shared view of performance at this critical location. Their team developed visualizations, like this one that shows the distribution of trains' arrival time into Jamaica by branch and by number of minutes late. We use these visualizations to identify which trains and branches were most frequently late, the exact time windows and days of week where performance lags, and where missed transfers were most likely to occur. This level of visibility let us focus our efforts where they would actually move the needle. And we did move the needle through several actions, including reallocating run times to better reflect typical operating conditions, refining stopping patterns to reduce congestion and enable parallel moves, focusing on getting trains out of their origins on time so they can reach Jamaica on time, making platform assignment changes, again, to enable more cross-platform transfers, and ensuring the Train Time app shows multiple transfer opportunities and earlier platform assignments. Collectively, this improved transfer satisfaction by 17 points at Jamaica, which we're very proud of. Now, this only worked because of strong cross-functional collaboration. Our scheduling team, our train movement team, engineering, all working off of the same data and the same goals. And it's also a great example of how pairing data and analytics capabilities with operational expertise leads to real improvement for customers. I'll turn it back over to Andy.
All right, thank you, Eitan. The Jamaica OTP story Eitan just told is one of my favorites here. It's a really good example. I think the takeaway is you can go from customer complaint, like a real complaint with service, using internal data, handing that off to the operations, letting them manage intelligently from those insights, and then critically, if we can get the PowerPoint back up. Oh, is it? Sorry, it isn't. Critically, we can then share that once it's on the data lake. We can share it easily with the public through the Open Data program and even make a visual on the metrics site. And you can see here that the Jamaica OTP, of course, did go up, which is probably what solved the customer satisfaction problem. Obviously, more work to do, but it's a good example of kind of going from customer complaint to public transparency and accountability on an important customer-facing topic. The next example was Student Omni. This is a program we rolled out a couple years ago in 2024. We sent out over 600,000 cards to 2,600 New York City schools. It's a huge system. The kids really responded. They used it 35% more than the MetroCard version they had before. Bus fare evasion fell quickly by 4 percentage points because of that. There was a concern, however, and this is where the analytics part comes in, that because the student Omni card was more generous because it gave you a 4th free trip versus the MetroCard version before, that it might be more prone to abuse, right, the fraud, people using it who weren't actually students. This is actually now really easy to track, right? Because we have fact rides built, if you remember that table, we can see where every card is being used. If it's not being used at stations or stops near the school it's assigned to consistently, that's a problem. And so we actually were very easily able to flag those cards, tell DOE, and in some cases deactivate cards. I think the takeaway from this story is stuff like this is actually pretty easy now, and that as an organization we can have more confidence rolling out new programs because we have these capabilities. We don't need to be as worried about those negative possibilities. Third example is one about device uptime. So of all of our new Omni vending machines in our subway stations, a lot of new devices, it's obviously of interest how well are they working. In this particular case, for this graph, you can see it's a graph of uptime across all those machines. So green is good, that means it's completely working. Yellow, orange, red are some version of not working so well. Maybe they can't accept cash or cards. And then black is not working at all. You can see there's been some success in this lately, going from about 6% out of service in December of last year to half that, 3% now. And that's important for our operations, for our customers. In terms of the analytics of this, we were able to monitor this closely, and I'd say the takeaway from this one is how we're able to work with vendors in our maintenance operations, all looking at the same data, working more hand in hand as opposed to add or remove, so we're all managing things together in the same way. Last example is a very important one for the MTA. It's employee availability. Availability is our kind of internal term for how many days per year an employee comes into work when they are scheduled to come into work. So unpacking that a little bit, everyone's scheduled to work 5 days a week. There are 52 weeks a year, so there's theoretically perfect availability to be 5 times 52, 260 days a year. Nobody actually gets up to 260 because there are holidays and there are vacation and sick and all sorts of reasons somebody wouldn't come in. But when someone doesn't come in on kind of a short-term basis, with little notice, that's an operational issue that people have to fill that job, get that that shift run. It also means that someone is going to probably cover that shift possibly on overtime, which is a financial concern. Longer-term absences, if those start to pile up, basically we're going to result in extra hiring, which is another financial concern. So availability is a very important number to track for our operations and for our finances. It's been estimated that each day improvement in availability would save us $17 million in all those overtime and staffing costs. The trend in availability is a difficult problem for the MTA. Even pre-COVID, the trend was sort of flat or down slightly in terms of availability getting worse. And then with COVID, a lot of things kind of reacted negatively, and availability went down by 10 days on average, which was a big problem. Since then, the trend has been better, and there's been some initiatives like one in workers' comp to handle claims better, and availability has started to improve, which is great. What we've done in terms of the analytics is this problem used to be managed at only a very high level with very aggregate numbers, and it's a very slow-moving number and kind of hard to see what we're trying to do. Is it actually moving the needle? Now we've pulled in all this data to the data lake. There's 1 billion rows of payroll data in the data lake. And you can look at this down to the employee level. Out of curiosity, I looked at my own availability yesterday. I'm somewhere between 216 and 225 over the last few years. I thought it'd be higher, but it's not bad. Anyway, but I think the point is that you can look at the employee level, and so you can look at maybe one group of employees at one bus depot and another and see why they're different. You can see how things are changing over time, different between different trades. You can start to unpack and really manage at a more detailed level this very difficult problem. And we're starting to have some successes, obviously more work to do, but we kind of have the tools in hand now to really understand this problem. Okay, to wrap this up, I asked some folks, some executives around the MTA, how has having this capability changed the way you do your work or that your teams work? I won't read all these, but the themes are obviously making it much easier to access data, easier to collaborate across departments where people have their different data sources. Now they're all looking at the same numbers, and maybe critically easier to track initiatives and how you're succeeding or not to really. Obviously, the point isn't to do analysis, it's to have a positive outcome for the MTA and for our customers. And so that's become easier and easier to do. More work to do for me as well, but that's the progress to date. Thank you for the time today, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Great presentation, and what it reflects is amazing work. This is a capacity that I think this MTA, this board, this leadership team has really tried to make sure we develop to the, as much as possible, and it's made a huge difference. Mr. Chu.
I think it's wonderful that we, as an agency, we lead in how we collect and manage data and are putting it to use. And it's a really good thing because I think we're now living in a time where data has never been more valuable because what you could do with it is just goes leaps and bounds seemingly on a daily basis. So I'm wondering, besides being able to do, give a great opportunity for specific managers and all the agencies, their data that which they could draw conclusions from and analyze, on face value. Are we using any deeper analytics available through AI? I think a lot about Renaissance Technologies. I'm not in the Medallion Fund, regrettably, but I think about how they just understand and know patterns. Even with all the tools available, they still do so much better. And I just imagine, I think of things we could pick up. It might be, like ergonomic changes we might make because we pick up across a certain work class, a certain recurring injuries over a career. So I'm just wondering how far can we go with this to just increase efficiency and increase worker availability and satisfaction?
Yeah, let me do a little bit of a response to that, but maybe with another discussion. I mean, this setup here allows us to sort of jump into that space a lot more aggressively than we might have been able to otherwise, because, as Andy said, the data is already in one place. It's been cleaned, it's been aggregated, we know what it is. The question as to how we move into AI with that data and what we share is something that we're working out with our IT partners as to which of this data, firstly, how do we keep it safe and make sure it's never in a place that may introduce risk to us or what other folks or other systems may know about our system. So there's a lot of caution that we take about doing that. But we are trying to embrace the opportunities as much as possible to say, how do we spot trends about preventative maintenance in a different way? That's something we can do now as we have more of this data in one place. There are other opportunities with how we use some of the AI coding function to make our work even faster, and how we make some of the folks on Andy's team more nimble, as well as the rest of the IT group, to use those tools to do their work faster, which I think is another productivity lever that we can jump into. And the third one is just how is the MTA using those kind of skills to make better decisions or monitor things like overtime in a different way, and to allow some of our, when we look at cash out the door, it's something we're looking a lot at as to, are we paying people accurately, and how do we introduce more rigorous checks on that before we start issuing paychecks? The world of AI at the MTA is something we're thinking deeply about, and I know this year the board will be asking more questions about it, but I'd rather structure a different presentation to go into that overall, but hopefully you feel like we're very interested in making a difference and using that technology here at the forefront of how public agencies do it, as long as we can do it safely, and again to an end that we can all agree is important to make us more productive and reliable.
Well, just a quick follow-up. I'm glad you mentioned, how we're treating, the safety and the risk analysis of it, because now we're also in a time where, we make this data publicly available, which is a merit, which I think is laudable, and I think it's a virtue, of what we do. But now it's also there could be a 15-year-old kid in a basement right now, playing with our data, coming up to all sorts of conclusions that we. So one, I think there's definitely a risk component to that, and I also think that there should be some outlet for us to receive findings from this data. So people are putting this data to use. There's no doubt that people are taking our data, whether it's taking it right off the start or scraping it. So I wonder if there's room for outlet to use some of these conclusions that the public might come to, and also protect ourselves from them.
Yeah. That's a great idea. I think it's something we can, again, talk more about possibilities. We did run an open data challenge a couple of years ago. That was almost light years ago in terms of how AI has come along. But as you said, someone's using it for more than what we saw then, and we should make sure we're not restricting ourselves to what we think we know, but tapping into the public who does care a lot about the MTA and often wants to help us make it better.
Maybe I would just add, when you put data out there is a risk that someone will misinterpret it and come to the wrong conclusion. I think the best way to prevent that is to put things on open data, put things on the metric site, like show what the correct calculation is, and establish that as the correct number, explain to people how we did it, and that should hopefully cut down on people doing their own math and coming up with wrong numbers. But that is a risk.
And I think at that point around the metadata that we put out there, we're very aggressive about labeling what's out there to help minimize the chance of misinterpretation. But again, at some point, I think we'll be surprised by how someone's using it, and I kind of look forward to that day as we can learn from that and make sure that we are not kind of too much in our own space and not taking advantage of what's out there.
Anybody else, comments or questions? We're just trying to dip into the data lake rather than taking a long-distance swim. Go ahead, Mr. Herbst.
Thank you. I was very interested in the presentation regarding the transfers at Jamaica. Congratulations. I think you said a 17% increase in customer satisfaction. That's fabulous. Can you tell me some of the results that you've seen as far as what you project or what the recommendations are moving forward, which may be eliminating some of the transfers, have direct routes? You look at the scheduling. I mean, where you have identified situations, you've made improvements. What are you looking forward to next to make further those improvements? Because I know Rob Free is on top of this, and this is a priority for him. So I'm sure you have all his attention on this as well.
Rob is on top of it. We all are on top of it because we know the transfer experience is so critical to the overall satisfaction with the Long Island Railroad. The trick is we want to have as many trains carrying as many passengers through Jamaica efficiently. As I said, I think one of the biggest things we can do is enable parallel moves so multiple trains can move through the station at the same time. That enables efficient transfers, and it also enables on-time performance at the final terminal, which is also important for those customers who are transferring and those who are not. We're looking from all fronts at train routing, the scheduling, as I mentioned, and also the engineering of the infrastructure at Jamaica Station and the switches and tracks in and around Jamaica as we improve the capacity of Jamaica and the interlockings on either side of Jamaica.
Rob, did you want to add something?
No, you did a great job, Eitan. It's important to remember the constraints of Jamaica and how difficult it is. As you mentioned, just to say there's 11 branches converging in one location is unfathomable. It's really unbelievable. And one of the things that we have to keep in sight is that, with the Amtrak East River Tunnel work, there's constraints on what we can do during the rush hour. So, because once you make a change to one train, it snowballs into the rest of the rush hour. But I think there are short-term changes that we're looking at, schedule changes, and then as we go into longer-term, working with construction and development, working on JCI, that's very important. That'll help speed up trains. As we all know, the Jamaica Crawl, that'll help us establish those parallel routes more frequently and allow the free flowing of trains through Jamaica and increasing the speeds is something long-term that we're looking at. That's taking place right now. We're in phase 2 of the hall expansion, which will help us once that's completed in the not-so-distant future. So there are things, that we're doing methodically to improve it.
Okay, but it's, you clearly, this is a topic of ongoing interest. It's one of the linchpins of the plan to continue improving on Long Island Railroad. It's a huge impact. So thank you to Andy and Eitan and Rob for getting us a little more educated on this. So unless there are other questions or comments, we're going to move over to our second presentation, which is on the new MTA app. And Kevin, where are you? Kevin, take it away.
Great. Thank you, Chair Lieber and members of the board. I'm Kevin Call, Deputy Chief Customer Officer working under Shanifa Riera, and I'm joined by Jennifer Chen, Head of Product for the new MTA app. We are very excited to say the new MTA app, a significant new update, is live and in stores. Live in the Google and Apple app stores right now, ready to download. So this app was rebuilt from the ground up entirely by MTA staff, something we're very proud of. It was engineered to be very fast, fast enough that as you're entering a station, it can help you answer the age-old question, do I stay on this local or do I get off and wait for the express? And built to work well in low data and intermittent data connectivity environments like you experience on the subway, right? Later this year, this will also be the platform where we incorporate the Omni integrations. We're going to have the ability for customers to see their trip and charge history and manage their fare payments. That's all coming soon. I want to just, for a moment, just talk about how we got here, and I'm including the original, which is subway time. We always hear from some folks that the last app was always the one where you got it right. And indeed, we do hear from folks that we should have left it at subway time. And if you're a B division rider, you have to look for the headlights down the tracks. Sorry. In 2018, we launched the My MTA app, and this was entirely built by an outside contractor. Now enter the partnership between the Office of the Customer and MTA IT, where we built up a practice internally for us to begin to staff up, manage, and build our own customer-facing digital products. In 2024, we launched the last MTA app, and it was sort of a hybrid between MTA staff and some outside contractors, to today, where we have an entire app built from the ground up by folks in this building. And so what's changed, I like to call this the better, faster, cheaper approach to digital products. We've been able to recruit top tech talent, get them to lead the private sector and come work for us at the MTA. And when we have these folks in this building, it actually does make the development process a lot faster. We're all sitting around the table. We all understand the challenges. We work with some great outside partners, but sometimes folks are not based in New York. They don't understand some of our unique challenges here, and try to explain Fulton Center from someone who has never been to New York. It's complicated and cheaper. We're also finding that as we end some of these contracts and bring this work in-house, we're able to do more work with the same resources. We're often able to increase throughput and hire more staff than we otherwise would. So on the screen here we have some of the precursor work to the MTA app. Last year we rebuilt the system that we use that calculates arrival times, the arrivals backend, as well as introduced new designs for the information screens and countdown clocks. That data backend and that design is now incorporated into the new app. So that's enough for me. I think what you actually want to see is the app demo, so I'm going to turn this over to Jennifer Chen.
Good morning. Today I'm pleased to give the board a first look at the new MTA app. We designed it for customers who already know where they're going, they know how to get there, they just need a little bit more information. So it's very much focused on the now and the nearby. I'll be giving a whirlwind tour of the subway, bus, and status tabs. So let's start off with the subway tab. We wanted to make this really fast and lightweight so you can just open it up as you're headed towards the subway station, leaving your apartment, and get the information you need and just go. So you have zero tap access to information. It's all focused on arrivals near you right now. So you just open the app, look for your station, and see the arrivals information. So bus, I think, is where it gets really interesting because we wanted to build something that works for our customers' habits, preferences, and we learned a lot from user studies with bus riders. It turns out that most people ride 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 or 5 buses within a month, so we wanted to do something that was really tailored to those favorite routes that you care about and ride every day. So the highlight of the bus tab is a personalized map with live bus locations. You just open up the app, you see your favorite buses and exactly where they are. So we still have zero tap information on nearby arrivals in the bottom, but the highlight really is this map that is just personalized for you. So we wanted to make sure that the locations were very accurate. So we worked with the bus team to move from 30-second updates of bus locations to now location updates every 5 seconds. So you can watch the bus on your app, like as it comes around the corner and to your stop. You can see that we have live bus tracking also from the stop perspective and from the bus trip perspective. So you can watch your specific bus and see when it's supposed to arrive at different times, and also see all of the buses coming to your bus stop. And of course, we have a status tab for the New Yorkers who just want to take a look at what's going on with their favorite routes or the status, and this is all the information they need. We actually heard from a lot of beta testers that this is the only screen they really use, and it's enough. So we really wanted to get this right because customers trust the MTA app more than any other app for information like delays and disruptions. So we have a screen that give you quick access to your favorite routes and just see that at a glance, and also ones that give you an overview of the whole system. And of course, we have access to customer chat for live 24/7 customer care in the upper right-hand corner. So one thing I want to emphasize is what a privilege it has been to build this app for the MTA for people who live in New York City, because ultimately other apps are built around how do Californians drive in their cars to Lake Tahoe. We built our app for New Yorkers who ride the bus and subway every day, and when you're able to really focus on that design, you're able to make different choices that are really tailored to New York City and the idiosyncrasies we have in our system and the wonderful character. So I want to give a few highlights. Station modeling. Stations are interesting. At Times Square, everyone knows that it's connected to Port Authority and Bryant Park, and you can do free in-system transfers, but it's not quite like transferring within the platforms of Times Square. It's a bit more. So we wanted to show that the platforms were all connected, that you have the free in-system transfers, but also that it's a little different than just switching between the platforms at Times Square. So we have a little arrow on the platforms that you have to take a bit of a walk to. So you still have access to it, but it's treated a little differently. And at Court Square, you know that the 7 is the elevated line and the G is underground, but this is just something that's nice to get a hint of, to have that reminder, to really feel like it's built for New York. Accessibility mode. It is really important for people to know where the elevators are and where their nearest accessible station is. So we built a first order toggle on the subway home screen to give you quick access to accessible stations, which are really highlighted on the map and give you easy access to seeing what their elevator status is. Transfers. We've already talked a little bit about transfers today, and transfers are a really interesting problem because it's the combination of trying to get that feeling of triumph as you make like a perfectly timed transfer, and also I think the real test of showing that you're a New Yorker who really knows the subway station is if you know where to stand in order to be near your closest like street exit you're trying to get to or to your transfer. So we built a transfer experience that addresses both of these things. We went to all of the stations and mapped all of the platforms to figure out the optimal places to stand. And we also give you, if you see in the middle screenshot, the arrivals at your transfer station in context of your current train that just continually updates, so you can see what are the trains you can make and hopefully make that perfect transfer. On either side, you can see examples of the maps we give to tell you where to stand, to get to the elevator access, elevators, the street exits, and also to the transfers. It was also really important that as we built for New York City, that we build for all New Yorkers. So the app is available in Spanish, and you can actually switch between English and Spanish in the More tab just to do it on the fly if needed. We also spent time trying to make sure the app looks good in large font because a lot of our writers need that. And we also built a great screener experience for iOS and Android in order to ensure that everyone gets a first-class experience. So I could keep on talking about this app for a really long time and all of the things that we put in there and all of the love the team has put into it and all the little details, but I think it's time for me to turn it over to Kevin to wrap things up.
Thank you. So launching today, we'll also have a robust customer education campaign, including video that we're about to play that'll be live in system.
Live transit updates have never been easier. Get real-time arrival info on the MTA app. We've got the best way to get around New York, with live transit updates straight from the source.
So a few acknowledgements. A lot of teams around the agency helped get this to the finish line. Sorry. So first I want to thank Chair Lieber and Chief Customer Officer Shanifa Riera for their support, CTO Raf Portnoy and Will Fisher of MTA IT, President Critchlow and his team, Tatiana Levina and Rosemary Cosgrave of the market research team, Gene Ribeiro and Sean Field from the marketing team, our thousands of beta testers, and we're joined in the back by members of the digital services team who helped build this app. Just wave to us here. Thank you. And with that, we're happy to take any questions.
Just, you talked about in-house talent. How about the lady sitting next to you, Jen Chen, who I think came from Google, right?
That's right.
12 years at Google, 8 years on Google Maps.
There you go. We will take it. Well done, guys. Questions, comments, Hayden Mahaltzis.
Thank you, Chair Lieber. Jennifer, your passion is great. Thank you for all your hard work. Kevin, thank you. And all the guys in the back, thank you for doing this. So what about integrating, some of us New Yorkers that live in Queens and the Bronx that also take the Long Island Railroad and the Metro North to their homes? How do we get that onto this app?
So our Long Island Railroad and Metro North customers have the best transit app in government, the Train Time app, where they can do trip planning, chat with customer care, and buy tickets all in the same application. Down the road, we'll consider combining these into a single app. We want to make sure first we've provided an equivalent experience for subway and bus customers before we get to that point.
We also do have support in the app already for if you're at a station that also serves the Metro North or LIR, you can get a quick access to a link to train time, so you can just tap on it and get what you need in train time.
Okay. I think Sammy Chu, Melva, Midori, Zuckerman.
I don't think we could stress enough how remarkable it is that our apps and this app is as good as it is. Like, as a big public agency with a monopoly on our services, it could be so easy for it to be shitty. for things that we spend so much money in the private sector on, electively, I'm calling you out again, Ticketmaster, where they have a monopoly and they have no incentive to make and improve and iterate. It'd be so easy for us to not do this, and we do it, and it's great, and I've just been playing with it, and it's exciting, and I think it's really, we had public speakers here today, that criticized, how we look at things. Oftentimes we are doing MTA business and looking at our board books, but I think the public rightfully so criticizes us, but this is a value. I mean, we live in a city and a region of nerds. Like, people are going to nerd out with this and use it, and I think it's great. I just do have one question, because I know people are going to ask it. And widgets, are there widgets on the horizon?
We are looking at widgets, and some of the systems that we run on just release support for it, so just watch the space.
Mystery unfolds. Melva Miller.
So I just want to echo Sammy's comments on the app. We are a world-class city with a world-class public transportation system. We should have a world-class app, and I think we finally have. This is the first time I've actually downloaded the MTA app, because it's very impressive. So congratulations to the entire team that put this together. Just really quick, you talked about it being available in Spanish. Are we working on other languages as well? I mean, this is New York City.
We wanted to have Spanish at launch because it's spoken everywhere, and we spent some time handcrafting it to make sure that it did work, but we're going to keep an eye on other languages as we continue to roll out.
Ms. Valdivia.
Thank you so much, Jennifer and Kevin and all the folks who've worked on this. What I'm seeing here is an immense amount of collaboration from all sides of the MTA house. What I will say is, I know from personal experience, having been a staffer at the MTA, that is no easy feat. So congratulations. It is difficult and the journey is long. This is now the second presentation we've had where we've talked about in-house staff and being so proud of our in-house staff. I remember when I joined at the MTA and I saw all the contracts and the outside consultants. There are good times and measures to take, to have those contracts in place. There are good opportunities, but building that capacity in-house is so important. I think every transportation agency goes on that journey about what might make sense, insourcing, outsourcing. This is definitely an example of building that capacity in-house. And also for, people maybe considering the public sector one day, today, millions of people will download this. I don't know what other app has that kind of immense market share on day one. Of course, we are a monopoly of sorts, but I think that is something that everybody here should be proud of, no matter what part of the MTA they work on. It is so rare to have a new feature that is for customers exclusively, because so much of our time is really spent on the assets every single day. So kudos to everyone, and I look forward to using it.
Neil Zuckerman.
Thank you, sir. So I've been using this app for several years. I don't know how many, 3 or 4, maybe longer. And I use it for Metro North almost every day, probably more times a day, because you never know. Sometimes we change train times. Sometimes I have a different schedule. And I absolutely have always used it for the I'm on the C, is the A going to be on the other side or not kind of game. What I love that you've done, which is a very private sector activity, is you've effectively updated the app when, at least for this individual user, I didn't know we needed a new app. I didn't know it needed to be updated. So clearly you were ahead of use cases, customer demand, concerns, functionality that didn't exist or was subpar in your view. And to be that far ahead that fast, behind the need, because it wasn't clear there was a need, at least from this individual user, I thank you for that. And that keeps you always ahead. That will keep you ahead of whatever trends, whatever competitive apps. I've historically had used the NYC subway app just for the map. And one day I was heading out to Queens to the Museum of the Moving Image, and I knew you switched the F and the M, but the map hadn't updated the F and the M. So I was up a creek without a paddle kind of situation. So thank you for making me not want to use any other apps besides our own going forward. Well done.
Mr. Albert.
Hi, Kevin and Jennifer. I've been using it since I became a beta tester, and it has much, much improved. There are still some improvements that I haven't downloaded the very latest because I haven't been shown that it's available yet on the Google Play Store. But if you can now edit your favorites to change the order, that would be great. If the stations allowed you to make your preference as to which direction you would like to see shown rather than the default direction it always shows, that would be great. And on the stations, before you actually dive into them, some of them show trains that are there all the time. Like they'll show a B train, which obviously on weekends is not running, until you get into the station and check your recent schedule. So those kinds of little changes, I think, will make it even better, but it is amazing. And thank you so much for this app.
Okay, the nerding out has begun. All good points. This is the stuff that these are the details that actually make a difference to New Yorkers who are so passionate about this. This is a great conversation, and I just feel like we're on a roll with a lot of great in-house activity. You heard it from the folks talking about data. Now you've seen amazing work from the customer team on this new app, and we're going to keep evolving it. I mean, I think that's the message. We'll keep making those small adjustments that will make it even better. So with that, our third presentation is from Kathy Lee, who works with Jamie Torres Springer at MTA C&D on the new Fairgates. Kathy.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, board members. I'm Kathy Lee, the Deputy Chief of Staff at MTA C&D, and can give you an update on our modern Fairgate pilots. So I think first things first, our fare array is really the front door to our subway system. It's the first thing that our riders interact with. And just like your own front door, you want it to be, 1, secure, 2, welcoming, and then 3, easy to use for everyone. And the last time the MTA has truly transformed our fare control area was actually more than 30 years ago when we rolled out the tri-wheel turnstiles that we all know today in the early 1990s. A lot has changed since the 1990s, and first and foremost, we are MTA now that really prioritizes prioritizes accessibility. So our turnstiles are really mechanical workhorses, but they're not accessible for folks in wheelchairs, folks who need mobility devices, parents with strollers, people traveling with luggage. And, those folks have had to, create a whole separate system of, using the emergency exit gate to sort of clunkily meet their needs. And so, as part of our capital plan today, we are really making a generational investment into modernizing that fare control equipment and bring it up to meet the needs of today's riders. As a critical step towards that, the MTA released a Fairgate RFI. We've received over a dozen responses from vendors around the world. And over the last year, we've worked with 3 shortlisted vendors that have experience globally in places like Paris, Seoul, the Bay Area, to provide us gates free of charge so that they can prove to us that they would work for the MTA subway system. Over the last 3 months, we've installed gates from these 3 vendors at 20 stations across the city. We chose these locations for a number of factors, but including that they represent sort of the diversity of stations that we have in the subway, places with different levels of ridership, places with different geographic diversity and coverage, transit hubs and commuter hubs. So we can really see how modern fare gates could really work for the MTA. And our riders have been using them. In fact, since the first gates were installed back in December, 31% of our riders have tapped into one of the new gates. They have been used 12 million times. And we have just a short clip to show what some riders are saying. Oh, sorry. Good. 1 second.
Notice something new at a subway station near you?
I love the new system. It's much more advanced.
This is a massive step forward.
We're getting a lot of positive feedback.
We're testing new modern fare gates at select stations. We're piloting designs from 3 different vendors, using proven technology from cities around the world. The goal? Learn what works, make adjustments, and find the best choice for New York riders. Here's what these new gates deliver.
I think as a mom, this would make life way easier in terms of access and ease and safety.
People used to jump the turnstile or go under. They can't do that anymore.
Going through the turnstile is often something, people struggle with, and I think these make it a lot easier to get to where you're going.
Here's what happens next. Based on feedback and performance data, we'll pick 1 or more of the designs. Then we'll expand across 150 stations, covering 75% of riders over the next 5 years.
I would love to see something like this in every station.
This is about building a system that works better for everyone.
Great. So as you heard directly from some of our riders, modern fare gates are really a significant upgrade in terms of accessibility and customer experience. Obviously for folks who need mobility devices or are in wheelchairs, and also for parents who know the sort of awkward dance of having to leave your stroller and your child on one side of the fare array, tap in, and then hope your stroller's still there by the time you reach for it. Or anybody who is trying to lift their heavy luggage over a turnstile arm. With the new fare gates, you don't have to do that anymore. You can just tap your Omni and go in. And of course, the MTA is really focused on reducing fare evasion. Just as a reminder for folks on what fare evasion looks like with our legacy equipment, our blue ribbon panel on fare evasion found that, first of all, over 50% of fare evasion came from the emergency exit gate, which we needed to have in order to make sure that folks have free exit and accessible exit in case of an emergency. With the new modern fare gates, we've eliminated that need to have a separate emergency exit altogether because these gates essentially function in that role. So the gates will stay open as long as people are exiting, offering people free exit. If there is a power outage, if there is emergency where an agent or others presses an emergency button, the gates will stay open. So that's better for egress in emergency situations, but also in everyday situations as well. Besides the emergency gate fare evasion, we're also seeing over 30% fare evasion coming from people going above the turnstiles, jumping over, or ducking below the turnstiles. With the new Fairgates, they have paddles that are over 6 feet tall, and they leave less than a foot of gap underneath. So I mean, we know we have many creative New Yorkers who have been, able to get over and under, and they've, loved sharing that with us on social media. But we also know that, most New Yorkers are not training for the high jump Olympics. They're not parkour aficionados. They're just trying to get to the subway so that they can go to work or go to school. And so, I think we realize that it's going to be very difficult to crack down on 100% of fare evasion, but these new gates really eliminate the major sources of fare evasion that we see with our turnstiles and our exit gates, and particularly for opportunistic fare evasion. And as well, the gates are outfitted with dozens of sensors and object detection so that they are also, responsive to, other vulnerabilities such as piggybacking. You see some videos there. So you don't have to just trust the videos. We have the data that we're seeing. These are still early days, but point to that trend as well, that the gates are contributing to substantial fare evasion reduction. So in the locations where we have installed gates, we are seeing a 20 to 70% reduction in fare evasion. The chart here shows sort of the before and after. So you'll see on the left-hand side, stations that previously had maybe 10 to 15% of fare evasion. That's been reduced by more than half since the gates have been installed. But also stations to the right hand where there was already low fare evasion to begin with, 2 to 4%. Even at those stations, we're seeing a decrease in fare evasion since the gates have gone in. And the gates are also getting better. So one of the advantages of upgrading from a mechanical system into 21st century technology is that we have the ability and the nimbleness to be able to make tweaks to the gates. These gates, like I said, have been in use in major cities around the world. We've also done thousands of test cases with them in our dedicated Fairgate lab in Queens. But we're always going to learn new things as they go live. So in the past months and weeks, we've been really listening to feedback from our customers, from our agents, from the back-end data, and making adjustments and improvements, in real time. So some of these changes include, improving vision detection so that the gates can better detect, objects like backpacks or bicycles or luggage. We've also adjusted paddle reactions. So we have, stations where folks said, these paddles are closing too quickly. We've other stations where people have complained, these paddles are too slow and they're slowing me down. So we're really working on finding the right balance around that. We've also improved, audio and visual communications from the gates, as well as improved sort of validator response timing as well. So as the gates are, getting better, our riders are also, getting more experience with them. So like any sort of introduction of any new technology, there's going to be a learning curve. And so, we've tried to support our riders in adjusting to this new technology. We have really great customer service agents who are there to help folks that have any kind of questions. We've put out a lot of signage around the stations, and our customers team have made really great educational videos that we posted on social media and other channels to teach folks how to use the gate. So what's next? So like I said, we have these 3 vendors, 3 different gate types at 20 stations across the system. And over the last months and into the next months, we are conducting a rigorous evaluation on how they really work for the MTA. So there's a number of different dimensions that we're assessing these gates on, some of which I mentioned here already, including fare evasion, accessibility, customer experience. But there's also a lot of other things, like, for example, maintainability is very critical for us, obviously, integration with our Omni payment system, but also with back-end systems. And kudos also to Andy's team. The data and analytics team have been really embedded in this effort as well, making sure that we're getting the right data and accurate data as well. In addition to these, there's a number of factors like ability to withstand environmental stress, making sure these gates are future-proof so that new technologies in the future can be accommodated, and a myriad of other factors we're looking into. So after we conclude that evaluation, we will be moving to qualify the gate vendors that we believe meet those qualifications, and then initiating procurement so that we can start purchasing the next tranche of gates, with the aim of starting to install 20 gates at 20 stations this year. We've also started building out our delivery team, which is led by experienced staff that have just successfully delivered Omni under budget. And initiated the process for station selection, design, and packaging for the remainder of the capital program, where we will be installing gates at 150 stations that will serve 75% of our ridership. So, like I said at the start, it's been 3 decades since we've really transformed our fare control area, and we're really now taking the sort of the major steps into bringing our fare array, to really meet the needs of today's riders and also the future of our network. So, with that, open to questions.
Okay. Well, I just want to first a shout out to Demetrius and the transit team, who have not only taken over all of the technology that we use to support Omni, validators. I mean, they're working on the new Omni machines. They're managing a brand new technology system, but have done so much to support this pilot, especially by both deploying and continuing to work with the customer service agents, the station agents, and others who have been present for almost all of the pilot at all of these stations. So, Demetrius, thank you and your team. So with that, any comments or questions? Mr. Zuckerman.
Thank you, sir. Long time in coming, and thank you so much for what you're doing, and Demetrius as well, because speaking as your finance chair, cajoling people, guilting them, monitoring or observing them, those are fine impediments, but nothing beats a physical impediment to that. So thank you for doing this. So my question is this. Roughly we lose $300 million to fare evasion, something like that, a year, 150 gates, 75% of ridership. What's the number? I'm not asking you to sign up for it, but it would be useful to have a number in my head as to what we think we're going to get fare evasion down to when that level of gating is implemented.
I'm going to interrupt and take the fifth on that one. Listen, the numbers that Kathy shared about the reduction in fare evasion are preliminary. Some of those are stations where there are other entrances. So if you're a determined fare evader, you might know that the new gates are in one entrance and go to another. We have to see more data before we can have confidence, and we're continuing to evolve the gates. So, but we're shooting for hundreds of millions of dollars of fare evasion reduction. Just as a reminder, though, what we've already done, and again, another tip of the hat to Demetrius and the transit team, we already knocked down subway fare evasion in the last couple of years by 30%, with the introduction of what I would say probably more primitive measures like the gate guards initiative and all of the small physical changes and engineering changes that have been made to the turnstile, and the more advanced change of putting delayed egress on the exit gates, which, as Kathy said, are such a big piece of the problem. So all of those interventions have added up to a 30% reduction in subway fare evasion. We can do better, and that's one of the benefits of this, but it's too early to announce and project. Mr. Albert.
Thank you so much for this. We're all watching this to make sure it gets better and better. 2 questions. When you have discovered a problem on one of these 3 types and you ask the manufacturer to make changes, do you see those changes helping? And the second question is, without giving up a name of one of the 3 suppliers of these, do you see a trend towards one of these being much better than the other 2?
So, I mean, on the first question, yes, absolutely. I think we're working very closely with all the vendors that when any sort of issues are identified, I named some examples, issues with paddle speeds, issues, where maybe people are getting their backpacks, stuck or something like that. We're responding very immediately. We're working with them on a day-to-day basis and sort of implementing both software and hardware changes that would fix those issues. And on the second, I think it is just a little bit too early to really comment on that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Heda, do you have a comment?
So just piggybacking on what Andrew said, we're going to qualify 1 vendor, 2 vendors. There's 3 of them that we are using now. 1 will be picked, or
we're gonna continue to study which gate designs work in our system, and it could be 1, it could be 2, or multiple.
And everyone knows how much I love Cubic. I just want to make sure that we check every box when it comes to them. And I'm assuming in the contract we'll have some sort of recourse if these gates or whatever we pick doesn't work. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. And that's why we've had such an extensive trialing period, to make sure that every aspect of the gate, from the hardware itself, the software, the vendor's responsiveness to making changes, all of those things will go into our evaluation.
And one other thing, the last couple of days, the stations that I've been through, it's almost as if there's like a little mushroom on top of the regular gate. It doesn't look like it's, I don't know, I should have taken a picture of it. I didn't understand the purpose of that one.
It's you're talking about the sleeves that we put on the regular turnstiles. The regular turnstiles.
Yeah, but it wasn't a turn. It was. I should have taken a
But
picture.
it's a sleeve with
yeah, like a mushroom, right?
Half moon.
Half a moon.
Yeah,
right.
that is one of the interventions the physical interventions that we've implemented. Again, transit pioneered it. We put it out sleeves and fins, which make it harder to vault over.
Right.
And that's been part of the success that I referred to before. That's knocked down fare evasion by 30% in the last year and a half. Mr. Jones.
Well, I know that I assume we're still facing a problem of fare evasion being primarily still on buses. And the question, is there any discussion on how, other than having personnel on the buses checking, in terms of some mechanical ways of trying to limit the number of fare evaders using the bus system?
Well, I think the challenge is that putting a physical barrier along the lines of what we're using for fare payment here would impact on the pace of loading dramatically. So people have raised that with me a number of times, and that's the challenge. But there's no question that we have to attack the bus fare evasion problem as much while we're trying to preserve and enhance loading and unloading pace. So the good news is that I think that the Omni for student Omni has given us a real sense of momentum on bus fare evasion, but we can talk more about it, but we got to make some more progress. Okay, with that, anybody else? Really big thanks to everybody, and thanks to all the folks from the team who just gave us 3 of the best presentations I think this board has ever seen, and the folks in the building and standing in the back who made all these presentations possible. So thank you to everybody. Midori, you wanted to share some thoughts.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair. So seems like a good note to start on. I want to take a moment to share that I'll be stepping down from the MTA board. So serving here has been a really great honor for my career. As you may know, I was chief of staff for the MTA, and then I returned as a board member. I'm really proud of the work that we've done together, and even more proud of like the really extraordinary workforce that we have that keeps this region moving every day. And I just wanted to shout out to each one of my amazing board members for your partnership, your candor, your commitment to the chair, to the executive management team. I am right now undergoing a confirmation process to be chair and CEO of the Taxi Limousine Commission, and so I'm excited to really full-time dedicate my time to that opportunity and that work. And I'm excited also I'm looking at Rachel Cohn right here. I'm really excited to strengthen the partnership too between TLC and MTA. Our systems are deeply connected, intertwined, and I just look forward to continue our partnership together. So while I'm stepping down from this seat right now, my commitment to the MTA, to public transit in the region continues to be unwavering. So thank you so much for this opportunity, and I'm sad to go, but I'm happy for my next steps. Thank you.
And just because you're, thank you for that, and I know that everybody feels the same way about you, but I just want to say, there's a lot of discussion, retrospective discussion going on about the past city administration, and some of it I totally get, much of it I totally get, but we had a great group of board members that were appointed by the city for the last couple of years. 3 of them are still here, and I just want to acknowledge, Midori, you're part of a really distinguished group of city board members, and we appreciate all of you, so thank you. Mr. Chu wants to add some words of praise.
I do. I'll start by making a motion to refuse the resignation.
I second that.
And on that motion, we came in on a kind of a batch of board members together, kind of figuring things out and learning. Midori, you were a big help because of your prior service to the MTA, and you've done great things here on the board with us, and you're going to do even bigger things ahead. I just want to point out what's always great about Midori, for those who haven't realized it, is she's never afraid to introduce tension. But she does so in a way that's always respectful, and that's really important. Janet, wouldn't you say she has a tendency to introduce tension? She has a very talented way.
I've already used the phrase "taking the fifth" once.
Because sometimes you require tension for progress, and we came onto the board, and we were dealing with the post COVID budget crisis, where to Janet's point, there could have been a ton of. I really could have blown up between the state reps and city reps, and it was not an easy thing, and not easy conversations, and even with introducing tension, you're always. It's very talented. You introduce tension, but leave space open for conversation. And I can't tell you how many times you've been able to help me see a certain topic or subject matter in a different way, and you'll be missed. I'm guessing it's not the last we're going to hear from you. Thank you, Midori, and best of luck as you take on get some rest. You're taking on an easy gig over there, so enjoy the time off.
Lisa Soren.
I have nothing good to say about you. On a serious note, you represent the knowledge that I think most of us, I know for me, wish we had. Your talent, your professionalism. One of few ladies on this board who have really shown what women are capable of doing and the knowledge you bring to the board. I know for me, you have been my mentor since I stepped foot here. Your love of my borough, which is huge. I'm gonna have to get a couple of more reps here to start backing up the Bronx. But thank you. Thank you for your friendship. Thank you for your knowledge, your commitment to this board, and for sharing your knowledge. And I wish you nothing but the absolute best, and you will definitely be missed.
All right, I'm in the anticlimax business now. So after that, let's turn to our regular board business. We have a quorum. Yes. Okay, we didn't officially acknowledge that. The minutes of the February Joint Committee and Board meeting have been distributed. Corrections or omissions? Mr. Albert.
If you have downloaded the book, the main board book, as of this morning, all the corrections have been made.
Okay. So in that case, with no further corrections, the minutes are approved as distributed and corrected. TBTA committee, Mr. Chu, I think, was in the chair for that one.
The Bridges and Tunnels Committee met Monday and reports the following. The committee seeks approval to award personal service contracts to 4 firms for intelligent transportation system and operations systems consultant design services on an as-needed basis in the aggregate estimated amount of $15 million. The committee discussed the item. However, a quorum of members was not present, and the action is brought to the full board today. I'll move the motion.
A motion. Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Soren. All in favor of the item? Any opposition or abstentions? The item is approved.
That concludes the TBTA report.
Joint Railroad, Mr. Herbst.
Chair, the Railroad Committees met jointly on Monday and report the following. There is one action on behalf of Metro North to amend the Westchester County Department of Public Works and Transportation employer-based shuttle agreement pursuant to the amendment and extend the term of that agreement. The committee recommends this item, and I move it.
Out of deference to our absent friend, Ms. Lopez, I will second that motion. Is there all in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The items carry.
On behalf of the Long Island Railroad, there is one competitive procurement for $31 million. The committee recommends this item, and I move it.
May I have a second? Mr. Chu. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item is approved.
Mr. Chair, this concludes the Joint Railroad report.
Zuckerman for diversity. Please.
I mean, I am a disabled veteran. I count. I count. Thank you. I pinched hit for Blanca Lopez for the Diversity Committee on Monday and report the following. We do not have a quorum of members present. Note, we need more board members on the Diversity Committee. And today, the committee seeks approval for the 2026 MTA-wide Title VI program, including service monitoring results and the public participation guide.
I'll make the motion to approve. May I have a second? Thank
Second.
you, Ms. Soren. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item is approved.
This concludes the Diversity Committee
Thank
report.
you, Mr. Zuckerman. Transit Committee, Board Member Mahaltzis.
Mr. Chair, the New York City Transit Committee has no board items for approval this month.
Okay, rare occasion. Thank you, Ms. Mahaltzis. Mr. Gorodnik, Capital Program Committee. report.
Capital Program Committee met Monday, reports the following. There are 13 procurement actions for a proposed expenditure of $1.17 billion. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
MTA C&D keeps moving. Second from Mr. Fleischer. All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The items are approved. Please, okay, please.
I would like to abstain from item number 2.
Okay, let the record
Thank
note Mr. Herbst abstains from item number 2. Any further?
Mr. Chair, there is one action item on behalf of MTA C&D, MTA, and Metro North Railroad, which seeks board authorization to execute an amendment to the viaduct agreement with J.P. Morgan Chase related to the redevelopment of 270 Park Avenue.
Who will move it? Mr. Jones, second. Mr. Chu, all in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item is approved.
That's it from the capital program.
Okay. Finance Committee, back to you, Mr. Zuckerman.
Thank you, sir. The Finance Committee met Monday and reports the following. There are 2 actions. First, we seek authorization to file with the State of New York the annual MTA All-Agency Procurement Report for calendar year 2025. The second item seeks board approval of the MTA mission statement and authorization to submit the 2025 mission statement measures and performance indicators report to the Independent Authorities Budget Office. Note, this was supposed to be something for governance, but we brought it before Finance as a matter of scheduling. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
Is there a second?
I'll second them.
All in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The item is carried.
We did, actually. All right, the procurement agenda includes 6 procurement actions for a proposed estimated expenditure of $345.8 million. I recuse myself from item F, listing the 50 personal service contracts, because my firm is one of the 50 items. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
Okay. You made a motion, is there a
Yes.
second? Mr. Herbst again?
Just from one of them.
You recused, but
From
I
one
need
of the
I need a
6.
motion on the item that Mr. Zuckerman recused on, and Mr. Herbst is second on all of it. All in favor of the whole group? Any opposition or abstention? The items carry.
Great, thank you. Moving on to real estate, we have 3 administrative actions for MTA, as well as a transactional real estate item for both Long Island Railroad and Metro North. The committee recommends these items, and I move them.
Okay, may I have a second? Ms. Soren, all in favor? Any opposition or abstention? The real estate items also are approved.
And that concludes the Finance Committee report. Thank you, sir.
Thank you to everybody. I just want to note, because we're in that transitional moment after an election where some folks have to be renominated, and I'm thinking of Mr. Mack, who's sat through this meeting with us, as well as our friend Blanca Lopez and Mr. O'Donnell representing Orange County. We're not in charge of what goes on in the legislature and so on, but they have all been their valued board members, and I just wanted to acknowledge their continued service as that process goes forward. So with that, may I have an item, a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So
Thank you,
moved.
Ms. Mahalsa. Second, Mr. Chu. We are in adjournment. Thank you, everybody. As on a personal note, I thought that was about as incredibly terrific board meeting. 3 amazing presentations about data, the new app, and Fairgates, all of which kind of demonstrate this is a first-class organization that's taking on a lot of different issues and making progress. It was also a red letter day because it seems that President Trump agrees with us about the Second Avenue subway in light of his comments yesterday, and we're really hoping that since he does agree that we need to get it done, that he will talk to his folks at US DOT about releasing the money that they've put on, they've frozen now for, it's been 6 months or so. So good day at the MTA. But then again, we all have to hear from Minton. Go ahead.
Not sure exactly what that means, but let's start the questioning today with Dave Colon from your Streets blog, everybody, America's reporter, Dave Colon.
America?
No, America's sweetheart.
Oh.
America's sweetheart. I love hearing from Tim. I don't know what your deal is.
You're trying to undermine.
You hate hearing from us, and I'm going to do my best to make that true here. I wanted to ask you about the Queens Link. There was a study that came out last night or today from the reporters of that project, and they have a pretty high ridership number, 75,000 riders per day. That differs a lot from the previous MTA 20-year needs assessment. I think that topped out about 39,000 rides per day. This is another instance. There was a first study of this. The cost was much larger than what they had predicted in their own study. Why is there always such a gulf between what the MTA says is going to happen with this and what the supporters of this say is going to happen? Is somebody fudging with the numbers here?
Listen, I'm not accusing anybody of anything, but it's hardly a shock that advocates for a particular project might do an analysis of its potential benefits and its costs that's slightly different. Listen, there was a first-class analysis done by MTA C&D as part of its 20-year needs assessment. We're going to look at what the advocates for this particular project have put together. We're pros. Jamie runs a great operation, and look at whether we can learn anything from the new analysis that they're offering up. On the cost issue, their old analysis, if I recall correctly, did not have soft costs. It only had hard costs in it. And if you're looking at a true project cost, it includes all kinds of things that are not in the hard construction costs. But whatever the issue is, we're going to look at the numbers and take them into account. But very, very confident in the extremely detailed analysis that was done of all the projects reflected in that comparative evaluation piece of the 20-year needs assessment. Dave, you read all this stuff, so you know what I'm talking about. I'm very confident in our team, but we're going to review and take into consideration the work they've done. In fairness, I think the approach that they're taking is legit. They're trying to argue for their project using, cost and cost-benefit type analysis, time savings, and so on, and we're going to look at it.
And I just wanted to ask you real quick about open gangway cars in the R268 order. I was reading in some of my colleagues' stories, the MTA is looking at about up to 60% of the order is going to be open gangway for this. I am curious if you're worried that because of how long these cars are going to be around, because of the size of this order, if you do see that open gangway cars are doing great, is the MTA going to be a little bit behind having old cars that don't do exactly the job that you want? For the non-open gangway cars, is there a reason that this wouldn't be more than 60% of the train order that comes in with this new batch of cars?
Well, number one, we're still in the, I would say, early days, but we're still in the process of evaluating the open gangway cars from an operational standpoint, but also from a maintenance standpoint. How much what are the maintenance activities that have to take place when you have an open gangway car that are different from the more conventional closed-end cars? So it's early days in that analysis. There are a lot of differences in how the maintenance has to take place. It has to do with technical stuff about where you can, how you can elevate open gangway cars in order to get access to them underneath. What are the parts that are required? How long those parts will last? What's their cycle of replacement? That work is still underway, and that's going to be, as we get further into that, that's going to be the basis for determining how many open gangway versus closed-end cars that we get done, as well as the realities of how passengers take advantage of the openness and in order to spread themselves out, what the capacity benefits are, and other variables that we all know. So that's where we are in the process, and the pros are looking at all that, and they're going to continue to look at that right up to the time we need to make those decisions.
All right, next up is Stefanos Chen from the New York Times.
Hi, Jano. Two things. The first, just to piggyback off the open gangway question, why was up to 60% determined as the share that might be open gangway? And could you give a better sense of what range we might end up with?
I think that without getting into all the details, but you have to remember, guys, that we have, guys, gals, everybody, that we have, a lot of our decisions about cars have to be based on where we have the capacity to maintain cars and where are we going to do the work on them and what lines are they going to go on, which have access to what shops and yards. It's a little technical. So I would say that without saying that that is the major issue, it's one of many issues, Steph, that shape that. There are a lot of other issues that are going to go into the decision. Dee, is there anything you would like to add to this? There are a range of different issues, but where you're going to maintain them, where you have capacity to maintain that particular type of car, what kind of parts it will need, what kind of expertise in maintenance it will need, are all major factors in determining how many of them we buy, along with, the performance in service.
And just a quick other one, unrelated. In terms of the Fairgates and the pilot ongoing, there have been some cases of folks being injured and then threatening to sue. Is there anything that you guys are staring at currently in terms of litigation, or are you preparing for any sort of litigation in some of those cases?
Listen, we not a secret to this group, the MTA gets sued every day, all day. But in this case, what we've said from the beginning is these are pilots. Every one of the gate models that we use have been deployed in other first-class world transit systems, and we also said we are learning from the pilots and making adjustments. There are all kinds of ways that adjustments have been made and will continue to be made. But the due diligence that went into the selection and deployment of these three models was extensive. But it is a pilot, and we're continuing to make adjustments.
All right, let's move to the mezzanine. There's Alfonso Castillo, who took the fabulous Long Island Railroad in from Newsday today. Alfonso.
Maybe.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Hey, Jano, a couple questions about the LIR contract situation. So the second presidential emergency board's report came out last week, largely ruled in favor of the unions. That's pretty much the end of the federal process. Can you talk about how likely a strike is now, and does the MTA start really preparing in earnest for that likelihood?
Well, I mean, in fairness, Alfonso, we did the preparations at every stage before the unions asked for the first presidential emergency board, before they asked for the second one. So I'm not concerned about our ability to prepare. But we did meet with the unions this week. Finally, they agreed to meet, which we've been asking for quite some time. And while there's no progress of any, I don't want to characterize the progress outside of the negotiating room. I will say this, is what we conveyed to them is, look, it is insane for a 3-day strike will waste big money. You guys are fighting for money for your members. We are prepared to talk to you about that, especially if we can talk about work rules that will help us to afford it. But it is insane for us to have a strike, not just because of the harm it does to Long Islanders and to their economy, but because 3 days of a strike will wipe out 1.1% of wage raises that you are fighting for. The nurses just finished a strike, and they had it for several weeks, And it's no secret that a lot of people lost the value of several years of wage increases because of the duration of the strike. So what we said to them is, look out for your members. We understand you're fighting for value, for compensation, but let's sit down and figure out how do we give you a little bit more money than maybe the pattern increases and offset it with some productivity improvements. But a strike that wastes big money for your members is not in anybody's interest. It's against both of our interests, just flushing money down the toilet. So let's get to the table and have serious discussions. That's the message that we gave them, and we're going to continue.
As a follow-up to that, now that two presidential emergency boards have ruled in unions' favor, can you talk about what that does in terms of the MTA's leverage? Does it make it more difficult to argue your side of it when?
I think you saw our response, Alfonso, which is that these were two Trump-appointed PEBs. It was a shock given all of the precedents that these unions were released from mediation because they had heretofore not really bargained, which is always a precedent in the past. And we saw, again, a Trump-appointed board that, because of the nature of the process, felt constrained to give the answer that they did. But we are in the same position that we have always been, which you just heard from me. I'm not going to go over it again, which is we're ready to talk about wage increases, even above those that were provided in the pattern agreement, which we are still trying to adhere to because we have to. But we need to have a serious discussion of how, figuring out how to pay for them through collaborative productivity improvements, which are very achievable, but we need to start nailing them down to avoid a strike that wastes money for the members they're allegedly fighting for.
All right, let's keep the focus on Long Island.
Rob Freely.
Sorry.
Hi, Alfonso. I think it's important to realize too on the rules of the PEB, right? The last PEB had to be determined based on the presentations that each side gave. It wasn't that each side, they said one was, the right way to go or anything like that. They had to base their judgment what they felt was the most fair. But it's important, if you read it, they also did cite that work rules were out there and it was a good idea to talk about a couple of the work rules. They couldn't implement that into their decision because it was just based solely what was presented. But they did cite that there were work rules that we should discuss. So it's not, they weren't oblivious to the fact that work rules don't need to be discussed. They agreed that at some point they do.
All right, let's just stay with the focus on Long Island. There's Kevin Vesey from News 12 Long Island.
All right.
Kevin.
Thank you so much. So just on the work rules, the unions have said that they prefer to discuss the work rules for the next contract, not this one. So is there willingness on the part of the MTA to postpone that until then? Also, just as a point of clarification, you said that you spoke this week. Are you referring to the bargaining session that happened on Friday, or was there another one? Is there another bargaining session scheduled?
Friday. No, it was Friday.
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
You got it right.
Yep. Is there another bargaining session scheduled, and if so, when? And then also, I know I'm throwing a lot at you. What might the contingency plan look like in case there were a strike? Would it be the same as the one we saw in the fall, or would it be different?
Well, I mean, we never had to implement one in the fall, but I think it's not dissimilar from. Listen, we're in a different world, and the New Jersey strike showed that, which is that people have the capacity to remote work to a great extent. There's no secret that the MTA is determined to be able to provide transit to essential workers, people who have to show up in person, and we did that during the snowstorms, and we will do it again if there is a strike. So that's our priority, is essential workers, and they are so important to our economy, and frankly, we owe it to them to make sure they can get to and from if there is, in fact, a strike, and we're planning for that. No, we haven't had another bargaining session, although we would like to, and especially need the folks to say, we'll talk about work rules now. The public is expecting all of us to, it's not a secret. The public wants part of affordability, and the governor's talked about it again and again and again, is getting the same or better service out of government without pouring money down the drain and paying people wastefully just because they drove a diesel train as well as an electric train on a single day outrages the public, and it is a waste of public resources. It doesn't really help anybody except, a few people who sit in a crew room most of the time and don't get used because the management's trying to avoid double paying them for a single day. And if management has to pay another person to move the train around in a yard, so we don't pay them 3 times for a single day, as if they'd work for 3 days, that's more waste. And it outrages the public, and we owe it to the public, again, in the spirit of the governor's priority on affordability, to deliver the same or better service without pouring money down the drain. And these work rules are just pouring money down the drain. That's why they have to be dealt with now.
All right, let's go to Samantha Liebman right here from New York One. Sam.
Hi, Jano. So when you heard what our reporter at Spectrum News asked the president yesterday, we have to acknowledge that, what was your reaction? Have you talked to anyone at USDOT or the White House since then?
No, I haven't. I was glad that that Spectrum had a reporter on the scene to ask the question asked the president that question, and it elicited the response I think we all want to hear, which is President Trump recognizes the Second Avenue subway's got to get done, and he should just, contact Sean Patrick Duffy, the Secretary of USDOT, and let him know that the time for playing games and coming up with pretend excuses for withholding the money is, ought to be over.
And one more question about the app. Could someone just explain what's different between this new app and the old app, and what are some of the features that people may really like about it?
We're going to invite Kevin Call and his sidekick, Jen Chen, if she's nearby, to answer your question.
Where is Jen? Jen Chen?
Hey, Samantha. So this app was redesigned from the ground up, and the most striking thing about it, the clean new UI, and the incredible speed with which it loads. It's very fast, and quite a bit of engineering work went into that. There's a special focus on subways and buses, and new to this is also you can see, if you open up an individual trip, you can see recommended where to transfer, where to stand on a platform, where to get off, the location of exits, and anything you want to add? Yeah, but the biggest sell, though, is that it is incredibly fast.
So if you say, can you input data into it and say, I want to get out at like the Willoughby Avenue exit at Metro Tech versus the one that's mid-block? Will it tell you what car you need to stand in at the stop that you're at?
That's right. You'd open it up and you'd see a diagram of which car we recommend you stand in. And then with this coming soon, later in the year, we're going to have Omni integrations, including the ability to see your trip and charge history, and later on, the ability to manage fare payments.
All right, exciting news there. Let's go to Michelle Caskey over in the Hudson Pavilion from Bloomberg News.
Just to underscore something you heard from us, we love that we did this in-house, and we steal people from Google to fix the MTA app for New Yorkers. That's a point of pride.
Michelle.
Hi, thanks. So I have a couple questions that maybe might be for Jay, but to start off with the FEMA money, just wanted to get a little bit more detail on that. I mean, do you actually have the full $600 million?
The state of New York
today?
has it, and it's the bureaucratic transactions are underway to move it to MTA.
But it's at the state
It's
level.
at the state level, right? Yeah.
And Jay, I think it was during
I
Monday's.
can answer most of these questions if you
Oh, sorry,
ask
go
them
ahead.
to me. Yeah.
Chair Lieber.
Yeah, all right. You know, that,
I
it's nice to
believe-
hear that phrase used once in a while.
I believe that your CFO the other day mentioned that 492 million, MTA would be getting 492 million of that FEMA money in the next 90 days. I just want to make sure I heard that correctly. That is correct. And then my next question is about debt service. In the past, the MTA has talked about how if it had to
I surrender. Come on up.
If it had to
Jay Patel, everybody.
if it had to delay selling congestion pricing bonds for a bit, that there's a risk that debt service would need to increase by maybe even as much as $300 million a year, because you'd have to tap into the farebox revenue bonds. You'd have to be using those sooner than you'd prefer to. So are we at that point? Has debt service increased at all because you've had to use other means of borrowing? Where sort of we at in that cycle?
Thank you for the question, Michelle. We haven't had to borrow the additional money because we've been working with C&D to make sure that we are advancing projects at the pace that we can use the PAYGO dollars, and that we have short-term bans issued already, and we also have a loan. So we have about $1.5 to $1.7 billion of short-term bans that are backed by congestion pricing, and so we've been using PAYGO and other funds to do that. As you've heard me say before, we'll issue congestion revenue bonds when the time is appropriate and when the revenues are seasoned and any of the litigation is past us.
And so far, to pay off some of the short-term borrowing that you've done, have you been using PAYGO? You're meaning straight from the congestion pricing revenue that you've been collecting?
Yes.
And what about the bank loan that's due May 1st? Any plans for that?
We are in the process of upping that loan again, and so we'll be borrowing another $500 million for that.
Extending the loan
Extending
again,
the loan, yes.
Rather than paying it off on May 1st.
Well, it's mechanics, but I can go offline and have a discussion about the details.
Okay, thanks.
All right, let's move on to Haley Brown of the New York Post.
So on the modern Fairgates, and I have a second question, just a clarification on something you said earlier. Only 1 week of data was included in that chart that Kathy Lee showed for how effective the modern Fairgates are, but the pilot's been going on for more than 3 months. Why did you guys only include that 1 week, and will you share the rest of the data?
You want to? Who's able to answer that? Jamie, you want to?
It's a sample of the data that we showed. It's pretty consistent across the board, but that's we have our own camera technology that's monitoring the gates. That's what we've been able to verify. It takes some training of the technology, so that's what we feel confident showing. But generally, what we're seeing is pretty consistent. And we'll have more data to show as we move forward.
And then just a clarification, I didn't understand your answer to a previous question. So has anyone filed lawsuits or legal claims against the MTA related to the new modern Fairgates?
I read in your newspaper at least one case where they did, but I don't know how many lawsuits have been filed. Is Paige here? Do you want to answer that?
Paige Graves, ladies and gentlemen, the General Counsel of the MTA.
Hello. With respect to lawsuits, we have received some notices of claims, but no actual lawsuits at the moment.
All right, let's move on to Ramsey Khalife from WNYC Gothamist. Ramsey.
Kathy Lee shared a rubric of items to help select a winner for the Fairgate pilot. Will there be, for example, a priority for certain data points over others, like fare evasion? Is that more of a priority over accessibility? Is that one way the MTA is thinking about selecting a winner?
I'm confident that there's not some exotic weighting system that will weigh factors disproportionately. I mean, I think what we're what you're hearing from Kathy and C&D is there's going to be a process where we're evaluating the gates across a range of issues to see which ones are qualified, which companies and which models are qualified to participate in what will then be a competitive procurement of some kind, Ramsey, for the right to be installing the 100 gates in 150 stations. Remember, we did 20 entrances, 20 fare arrays. Now we're going to be bidding, and it may be, more than, it's going to be more than one company. Depending on the outcome of that evaluation, it could be one company, it could be 3 or 2, but we're going to do a bidding process that will, in addition, that's the price of admission, is you have to pass the certification standards of this evaluation, and then you're going to be in a bidding process that includes what's the price, and that will also obviously weigh heavily.
And just quickly, the timeline that was shared on that presentation mentioned 20 more stations with these gates.
Okay,
by
so
the end
just
of
to
the year.
be clear, that's 20 full stations.
Full
So
stations.
unlike the pilot was 20 entrances, 20 fare arrays, now we're going to be doing 20 full stations this year, right? And then, but that's going to be the first 20 of the 150 that will be, that will be completed by the end of the capital program.
And those will be the same stations that have at least partial.
Some may be the same, and some it will not be at all automatically the same 20 stations that have the 20 entrances. It's going to be a different mix, but it may include some of the stations that already have the initial pilot entrances.
Okay,
Is
thank
that
you.
clear?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's go one seat over to Ethan Stark Miller, representing AM New York, Schneps Media. Ethan?
Hey, Jano. Going off of that question, so will those 20 stations that are getting the fare arrays at all entrances, are those going to be a mix of the 3, or are those just going to be the one that's going to
No, I think
be chosen?
so let me just make it clear, because I thought I did. I'll do it again. It may be one of the 3, it may be 2 of the 3, or it may be 3 of the 3. It all depends on what is in effect the ticket to entry in the competition, which is an evaluation of your performance or their model's performance and their company's performance during the pilot. So that evaluation will take place, and then we will have an economic competitive process to determine who gets the 150 stations. It may be 1, maybe 2, and maybe 3.
And those 20 are part of that process?
Again, the 20 new 20
what I mean,
full
yeah.
stations are part of the 150, yes.
Got it. Okay.
All right, Jose Martin.
Second question. Sorry.
This will be your third question.
No, that was a clarification. Real quick, just wondering about the data that was presented during the slideshow. It was 7 stations, I believe, and none of those were identified, or which fare gates were being tested were identified. Could you give any more detail on?
Why don't we take that one offline afterwards? Because I don't want to continue this ad infinitum. We'll get Jamie will answer the question.
All right, but we will continue with Jose Martinez of the city. Jose, welcome in person today.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, Jano. On Monday, Frank Farrell, during the committee meetings, talked about, while laying out his commitments for 2026 for the Department of Buses, how the MTA really wants to up the reliability of ramps on the express buses. Is there anything you or Frank could add in terms of how that's going to look for operator training to get these things to work more reliably, or for other protocols?
I'm going to ask Demetrius and perhaps Frank, just Demetrius to come and handle it. Okay.
Thank you.
So thank you for the question. So as the chair has spoken about, one of the core tenets to success of this organization has been our investment in accessibility throughout the system. Our bus fleet is 100% accessible, but there are specific nuances with each of the fleets, each of the buses that we needed to address. So one of the things that the team has looked at is the training specific to that. So before an incident even happens, we looked at these 2 core things. One, what is the quality of training that a bus operator should receive in operating them? And the second thing is the frequency of training that at a bus operator seat. So now we're looking at giving them 3 times the amount of training that they are currently receiving. We're also including information within the bus itself that will give them additional information on the operation of that specific equipment for that specific bus. The second piece is when there is an actual failure. When there's an actual failure, now the team will do a root cause analysis. What caused that lift itself specifically to break down? Was it a product of the operator improperly operating the lift? Was it a product of a mechanical failure within the bus? And therefore, is it something specific to that bus, or is it something more with the fleet itself? So we are committed to making sure that even though it's a small percentage of the overall mechanical issues that we have on a bus, this is a small population. It is an important population that we need to address, and we want to make sure that this fleet, the great accessible fleet that we have, is available to everyone to use.
Thank you, Demetrius. The last time I reported on this, the figure I got from the MTA was that this was about 5% of issues that with the buses have to do with this sort of thing. Does that figure still stand? Is it that small a number?
So I can't comment on the last figure that was given. I can tell you that anecdotally, when I spoke to the team about this, we were somewhere in the 1% range, but happy to take a look at that number again.
All right, let's close out the proceedings with Evan Simko-Bednarski of your New York Daily News. Evan.
Good afternoon, Chair. I've got 2 questions, if you'll indulge me. First, the Transit Museum employees are set to vote on unionization this week. I know that they are employees of a nonprofit, but I know that there's a bit of a symbiotic relationship between the museum and the MTA writ large. And I just wanted to ask, do you believe that their union should be recognized?
I don't have any comment on, a union, an organizing campaign or a vote. I just don't comment on that.
Fair. Second question, I'm wondering if you can give us an update on the CBTC-ification that's ongoing at Culver, 8th Ave, and Crosstown.
Jamie.
Just on those 3 specific lines. So the Culver line, the F and the G is complete, running on CBTC. We're seeing good results, improvements on reliability and on speed on that line. Crosstown and 8th Avenue are both underway. We're getting pretty excited about 8th Avenue. We're in the process of what we call cutting over the specific interlockings, and have had a number of weekends where that work has been getting done. A little bit disrupted by weather, but proceeding well. And then Crosstown also, the work is continuing. The Signals and Train Control Business Unit will be updating the Capital Program Committee in the next couple of months with more details.
I just add for you, because Evan, you know this stuff. Like, you got CBTC pretty far along on Culver, which is the Brooklyn portion of the F train. You have it on Queens Boulevard line, and that's why the 6th Avenue Manhattan section, the modern signaling project, which Jamie is literally going to award when? It's going to be awarded this year, is so important because it will complete the whole F train and other lines as well. Yeah, we had a discussion about this yesterday. The DeKalb interlocking, which is so complicated, is also scheduled to be included in that the Manhattan piece of the 6th Avenue line. The Brooklyn side, there's a lot of work on the Brooklyn side of the Manhattan Bridge. That interlocking is a huge bottleneck, and consistent with some work that's being planned for throughout the 2025 to 29 plan. We're attacking bottlenecks as well, including Nostrand Avenue, but DeKalb is probably the first one that's going to get the full-on resignaling and unraveling treatment. Okay?
Very well. Thank you, Jano.
Okay.
Jamie, Rob, Demetrius, Kevin, Jay, Jen, and John. Appreciate it, everybody. Good afternoon from Lower Manhattan.